Hello, everyone. Good morning. And welcome to the international workshop, Navigating a Changed World, Security Challenges for Canada, Eurasia, and the Arctic. I can hear my echo, so it's okay. My name is Krina Vizu-Milušević. I'm an associate professor in the Institute of European, Russian, and Eurasian Studies here at Carleton University. And along with my colleagues, Jeff Sahadeo, here in the middle, I was looking for him, and Professor Paul Good, he disappeared, we are leading the Eastern Europe and Transatlantic network. And in fact, today is the first policy workshop that the Eastern Europe and Transatlantic Network organizes in collaboration with Macdonald Laurier Institute. Just a few words about the network. The network is hosted by the Institute of European, Russian, and Eurasian Studies at Carleton and is funded by the Department of National Defense. We are one of the recipients of the governments of Canada's Mobilizing Insights in Defense and Security funding for collaborative networks from the year 2024-2025. So the network just tries to offer a critical Canadian perspective on the political, economic, and societal shifts that have unfolded in Europe, Eurasia, and the Arctic since Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Our key objectives are to produce knowledge, to train students, and to network building across regions and disciplines, and to foster stronger ties between academia, policymakers, and the general public. Before I begin, I would like to acknowledge that we are gathered on the traditional and unceded territories of the Algonquin Nation. In doing so, we recognize our responsibility to the Algonquin people and our duty to honor and respect Algonquin cultural protocols. The timing of this event couldn't be, more critical. I don't think we really realized that when we planned it originally. But given the rapidly evolving geopolitical landscape, these kind of discussions are very important. From shifting U.S. foreign policy and NATO's evolving role to the security dynamics in the Arctic and Eurasia, these issues demand, as mentioned, thoughtful discussion and policy innovation. And in fact, I would also like to outline the fact that in recognition of the importance of these issues, and this is a bit of advertisement, I would say, Carleton University invites application from outstanding researcher for Canada Excellence Research Chair in the Arctic Security and Diplomacy. So this is something that I will certainly encourage everyone to have a look and encourage your colleagues with Arctic expertise to apply for such opportunity. But before we invite our first panelists to the podium, I'm pleased to introduce Olga Eaton from the Department of National Defense, who will provide very brief introductory remarks. And just to introduce briefly Olga, she is the manager of the Mobilizing Insights in Defense and Security program at the Department of National Defense. She started her public service career at Public Services and Procurement in 2015, and she moved to the Department of National Defense in 2016, working on different files. I want to also mention that Olga holds a master degree from the Institute of European, Russian, Eurasian Studies, so we are very close connections here, and also a master degree in communication and culture from University of Calgary. So Olga, please join me to the podium.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks very much, Krina, for the introduction. Here goes half of my remarks already, so I don't have to repeat it. I'm the Mines Program Manager at National Defense. I am a not-so-recent graduate from Euros, so it's nice to be back here at Carleton, see all the familiar faces and all the new faces as well. It is my pleasure to welcome you here today at this flagship event organized by the Eastern European and Transatlantic Network. As Krina mentioned, this is the first policy conference, one of several, and I'm really excited to be here and welcome you here. The Eastern European and Transatlantic Network is one of the Mines-funded collaborative networks. For those of you who are not familiar with the Mines program, we are a grants and contribution program. We reside at the policy branch at National Defense. Our primary objectives are to respond to the needs for relevant and timely policy advice from defense and security experts, to foster the next generation of scholars, and to contribute to Canadians' understanding of defense and security issues. Our collaborative networks help us advance all these objectives. These research networks consist of multidisciplinary and diverse groups of experts from across Canada and internationally, working together to research specific defense policy objectives and priorities. This is one of very helpful and useful resources that we have in order to secure relevant and timely and actionable policy advice, and to broaden the spectrum of voices that contribute to the conversation. I think everybody would agree that the world is changing and the place of Canada in the world is changing at an unprecedented pace right now. And the Minds team is more than ever looking to connect the defense team to knowledge and expertise of the external researchers and scholars. As part of our efforts, this is a bit of promotional material as well. As part of our efforts to bring novel insights and to foster next generation of scholars, we are currently accepting applications for our targeted engagement grants and for the Young Minds initiative. And I would encourage everyone to check out our website if you're interested to apply for funding. Today's conference addresses an important range of issues, and I'm sure it will result in ideas on how Canada can navigate these extraordinary and frankly challenging times. I'm looking forward to hearing from a great lineup of speakers that the network has secured for today's event. Special thanks to Karina, Jeff, and Paul, and Ksenia, she's walking around in the back, for organizing this event. Thank you very much.
And now I would like to invite the first panelist, and I will briefly introduce Dr. Balkan Devlen, who will be the chair of the first panel. Balkan is the director of the Transatlantic program and the senior fellow at the Macdonald-Laurier Institute.
Thank you very much, Karina, and thank you all for showing up on a lovely day and decide to stay inside to listen to this. So I'm not going to talk. The panelists are great, but I will, stick to my role as the chair and the moderator. Let me very quickly introduce our panel. Today, our panelists will speak about 10 to 12 minutes each. I will try to be a strict time master, so we have some time for discussion and questions. And then we will open up after their comments. I'll probably abuse my position as the chair to ask the first questions, which will give you time to think about your own questions. But please be brief when you're asking your questions, and not an impromptu presentation to follow up, which tends to happen in academic conferences, as we all know. All right, so let me do very quick introductions. I'm not going to go and read the whole biographies here. We have four panelists, as you can see. I'm going to start on this side with Toms Rostoks, who is the director of the Center for Security and Strategic Research at the National Defense Academy of Latvia. Toms works on deterrence, on how states make their intentions clear, as well as the concept of total war. Next, sitting next to Toms, we have Milena Nikolko. She's an adjunct professor at the institute here of European, Russian and Eurasian studies, working more broadly on diaspora politics and mobilization and foreign policy. Next to me, sitting is another graduate of this university, Neil Hure, who is a Canadian journalist and a regional analyst based in Armenia. And he has worked and published and reported on the issues surrounding Russia, Caucasus, and the Middle East. And if you're not following him on X, you should. The reporting is great. And last but not least, we have Professor David Marples, who is a distinguished professor at the Department of History and Classics at the University of Alberta, specializing in Russian and Eastern European history. So let me start with, I don't know how the program was, but let me just go back to the program. We'll go with the program order, which means we'll start with Tom's.
Yeah, is it? While the presentation is being set up, I'll try to do what academics very often do. I'll try to entertain the audience. So it's academic work is a bit of a, on the one hand, it's academic work. On the other hand, it's kind of like a stand-up as well. I'd like to start with. I'd like to start by saying that I'm very happy to be here. It's good to be back at Carleton University. Also, it's very nice to be back in Ottawa. The unfortunate coincidence, though, is that the Baltic states and Poland will be leaving the Ottawa Convention, right? So things have changed over the past years, and the result is that Ottawa Convention, which prohibits, the use and stockpiling of anti-personnel landmines, we can no longer sort of be part of that because of the changing security environment. Now, and this is the right presentation, I'll start then by saying that obviously I can talk about, let's say the broader range of issues pertaining to Baltic security. And as you all know, Canada is an inextricable part of the Baltic security at this point because of Canada's contribution to the Baltic and more specifically to Latvia's security through its military presence. But the ongoing, the ongoing changes in the international security environment, they leave an imprint on the public opinion and domestic politics in Latvia as well. And I will spend most of my time talking about how people in Latvia see the world and security environment changing around them. So obviously, a lot has changed over the past more than 10 years, and Latvia's defense policy. I'm using this photo on purpose because our new chief of defense, he's new, was appointed last year, assumed his responsibilities in January. And the defense minister is in a way a fellow academic as well, a former director of Latvian Institute of International Affairs. Young people who study international security, eventually you may end up in politics as well. Okay, but then looking at what has changed. Then change has been really, really rapid, and for me as an academic, it has been difficult to keep up with that change at times. So things that were clearly not possible a few years ago, they're all of a sudden possible at this point. Defense spending has been ramped up. Conscription has been reintroduced. I mean, we're starting slowly, and even gender-neutral conscription might be in the cards at some later point. So that's also a possibility. We're in the process of reinforcing our border with Russia and Belarus. Belarus has also been using international migration as a tool against us, and that has been ongoing for the past 5 years or so. Okay, So this is the context in which we look at public opinion, and of course I could obviously talk longer about why public opinion matters. Now, first of all, because it should matter in democracy, but then obviously there are other reasons, and whether the public thinks that Russia is a threat, whether the public thinks that the Allies would help if there would be a need for that, whether the Allies support the presence of foreign troops in our country, that all matters in a way. And there's been a lot of interest in these subjects in recent years. There have been studies that have been published on issues such as the willingness to defend one's country and the variety of factors which affect this defense willingness. There have been and one important aspect that has been specifically singled out is the differences in opinions on national security and defense issues between the Latvian part of population and the Russian-speaking part of the population. Right. So obviously, we thought that Russia's invasion of Ukraine would be full-scale invasion of Ukraine would be a game changer, also for the Russian-speaking part of the population. And in certain ways, it has been. But then Russian speakers still have opinions on Russia, the threats that it poses, and so on, that are different from Latvian part of the population. And in what follows, I'll try to go briefly through the presentation. In what follows, I'm comparing results of 3 public opinion surveys. I'm not a sociologist, but then this is sort of part of what we do at the National Defense Academy. And the surveys that were conducted in 2018, 2022, half a year after the full-scale invasion, and then last year in November, they let us, they provide us with insights into how, into the extent to which the public opinion has changed in response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine, but also it allows us to take a look at whether those changes have lasted, whether that was a blimp or whether things have really changed as the result of that. And so this will be very quickly. So are Russia's policies a threat to Latvia? And I'm outlining the differences between Latvians and Russian speakers. We're not dealing with totals here. There's just, you know, numbers for Latvians and numbers for Russian speakers. So clearly, what we can see, Russia was seen as a threat to Latvia by the Latvian part of the population, and the number has grown since 2022. With Russian speakers, we actually see a lot of change, because those Russian speakers who thought that, more than 2/3 of Russian speakers thought that Russia is not a threat to Latvia, and that's back in 2018. That number has been reduced by half. Okay, so that's fairly significant. Very often, Russian speakers are presented as, you know, having these lasting and unchanging opinions on defense and security issues, but that's actually not the case. There's been a lot of change there. Support for higher defense spending. This is where we didn't have, you know, the same question for all 3 surveys, because, you know, what was possible and how defense spending was slated to grow, that changed over time by a lot. So in 2018, the question was about 2%. In 2022, it was about 2.5%. And in 2024, it was about 3%. And that's heavily outdated, because we'll be spending upwards of 4%. So this year, it's going to be 4%. And then later, it's going to be higher. But as you can see, there's actually quite a lot of support for higher defense spending. Obviously, we don't have information about 4% or 5% of GDP for defense because we didn't ask that. But it seems that the public is okay with higher defense expenditure. And there's been some change with the Russian speakers as well. Historically, they have not supported higher defense spending. Now they are less opposed to it. Let's put it that way. Actually, last year, it was 40% of Russian-speaking respondents who supported 3% for defense, and 1/3 who opposed. So things change, really. So those Canadian troops that are deployed to Latvia, they are part of this domestic environment where that's very, very dynamic in a way. Okay, so can we take sufficient measures to deter Russia for initiating military aggression against Latvia? There's quite a lot of confidence that this can be done. Also, Russian speakers who thought that no, that can't be done, that number has decreased considerably. And then, what's your attitude towards the presence of NATO troops in Latvia? Again, support has increased by a lot, and the Russian speakers have become less opposed to that. NATO military presence in Latvia strengthens national security. Almost 4 out of 5 Latvians agree that this is the case, and again, opposition to that among Russian speakers has decreased. So I'll skip some parts of this because I'm well over time. I'm sorry already. Yeah. And then of course the issue of NATO presence in Latvia, whether it should be increased. So there's a lot of support. Back in 2018, there was less support for that, and the Russian speakers' opposition to that has reduced considerably. And the same goes for United States troops. But of course, things, we can discuss this later on. And sorry. And then finally, there's this one potential problem. What we have identified in our research is that those respondents who believe that allies would help us, they're also more likely to support higher defense spending, and they are also more likely to, be willing to defend the country. So allied presence and the confidence that allies would help, it does not determine, but it influences defense willingness of the population in Latvia. And here's a problem. We asked the question, and that's back in 2023, can European countries alone, without the US involvement, defend the Baltic states? And these are the results. So there's a bit of a problem there. So you take United States out of the picture, and it can have important effects on, in frontline states. I'll stop here, and we can leave the rest later for later.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Thomas. And thanks for keeping to the time as well. Just one quick anecdote before I turn to David. I've been going to Latvia for 12, 13 years now, for a couple times a year for conferences and other stuff, and have a chance to interact with young people, both Latvians and Russian speakers. Anecdotally, what would you say, especially when it comes to the threat perception, really fits well with the data that you have, even before the full-scale invasion. What you would see, especially from the Russian speaker population within Latvia, is that they might have some sort of a romantic attachment there, but as long as Russia is over there, not over here, they have no intention, at least, desire to live under Putin's regime at the time. So I think the data also bears with that. David, over to you.
Thank you very much. Happy to be back in Ottawa again. I've been about 3 years since I came here. In fact, last time I came here, it was to meet Sviatlana Tsikhanovskaya, the Belarusian opposition leader, when she came to speak here. Forgive me a bit today because I kind of looked at the program and I see that Milana, hi, we haven't seen each other for years, but hi, is covering a lot of the same ground that I would have covered on Ukraine. So if you forgive me, I'm going to talk about Belarus. And second thing is, I'm abandoning my slides because I'd rather just talk. And I think probably it might work better that way. So Belarus today is in a different situation from Ukraine. And often it's equated with Russia, which I think is a mistake. The memory of the 2020 uprising that followed the presidential elections in August of that year provided a psychological break with the earlier period of independence. Because for the first time, a new generation appeared, ready to remove the dictatorship and embark on a new path. And I kind of call that the social media generation. It's a completely different generation, better informed, well-traveled. Belarusians, in fact, proportionally, were the best traveled people in Europe. Once they could get Schengen visas, but still. And the ultimate failure, I don't like to use that word, but the failure of the uprising and the repressions that followed allowed Lukashenko to remain in power, but with one condition: increasing reliance on Russia as his main partner and protector. Lukashenko then undertook several moves once the 2020 opposition had either been imprisoned or had left the country. And it's estimated about 300,000 to 500,000 Belarusians, mostly younger people, chose the option of leading the country. And bear in mind, that's out of a population of just over 9 million. The presidential rival in 2020, or at least the ultimate one, Sviatlana Tsikhanovskaya, formed a shadow cabinet in exile, has frequently met with European and North American leaders, and supported sanctions against the Belarusian government. But as with any newly exiled group, factions have formed. Belarusians used to say you could put 4 of them in a room and 3 political parties would be formed within a couple of days. Former leader of the now disbanded Belarusian Popular Front, the 80-year-old Zianin Pazniak, refuses to recognize Tsikhanovskaya as a legitimate voice of Belarus and has formed his own organization called Free Belarus. The former presidential candidate, Valery Sapkala, who served as Belarusian ambassador to the United States and Mexico, also played a key role in the development of the Belarusian high-tech park, has also split with Tsikhanovskaya's group, along with his wife, Veronica. And you remember the image of the 3 women in Tsikhanovskaya's campaign, the fighting women, so-called. So this is 1/3 of the fighting women decided to break from the group. The other one is in prison, and Tsikhanovskaya is still free. The exiles have supported Ukrainian resistance to Russia. When the war began, several Belarusians, maybe several hundred Belarusians, joined the Russian side, and I will say why they might have done that presently. But many didn't. And most of those exiles who joined opposition to Russia have joined the Kalinovsky Regiment or other regiments within Ukraine. It's not allowed any kind of individual status. It fights within the Ukrainian army and is being sent to fight in key battles. Though small, their membership has varied between 500 to 1,000, and it has the goal of extending the fight against Russia, ultimately, to one against Lukashenko. The exiles have struggled with the expiry of passports and long-term residency in their countries of exile, which have been mainly Lithuania and Poland. But Western governments increasingly equate the exiles with the Belarusians and Belarusian support for Putin. and reduce their chances of acquiring residency, jobs, permits, student visas, etc. One issue has been that the Ukrainian leader, Volodymyr Zelensky, has also been reticent at recognizing the validity of the exiled Belarusian opposition and carefully avoided formal meetings with Tikhanovskaya and other leaders. For some time, the Ukrainian leadership kept its Minsk embassy open in the hope of some form of cooperation with official Belarus. Their one success, which has been enforced by local support, has been to ensure that the Belarusian army is not involved in the war against Ukraine. The official army, that is, not volunteers. Since 2020, however, Belarus has been bombarded with Russian propaganda, while the government has banned opposition media outlets and political parties, even pro-government parties, have virtually all been dissolved. The most widely read media in Belarus are in order YouTube, Russian television, and Belarusian television, which is actually manned by Russian personnel. So figure that one out. What kind of news are Belarusians getting? They're getting Russian news and Russian propaganda 24 hours a day. The messages are the same and all support the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Lukashenko recently added to the narrative when he talked to that rather strange vlogger, who I call Nafas Awful. Maybe I've got his name wrong. By claiming that Ukrainian forces carried out attacks on Belarusian territory prior to the invasion of February 24th. Lukashenko has now made amendments to the Belarusian constitution, new amendments following those of 1995, 1996, and 2004, which extended his terms in power, accepted by a state-controlled referendum on 27th of February 2022, which radically altered Belarus's official status. It is no longer a non-nuclear weapons state, it's no longer neutral, and the new constitution is modeled closely on that of Russia, and Belarus subsequently has agreed to keep Russian tactical nuclear weapons on its territory. In 2021, Russia and Belarus agreed on a unified macroeconomic policy that included 28 programs for economic cooperation, including a unified gas market. Ultimately, the Union Agreement, originally signed in 1999, anticipated a common currency, a joint parliament, and common state symbols. Lukashenko's regime, while supportive of the general nature of the Union, has dragged its feet at implementing the latter three programs, which would ipso facto denote the virtual annexation of the Republic by Russia. In Moscow, earlier this week, Lukashenko conceded that the two states would now pursue a joint defense and foreign policy, but claimed that he'd retain sovereignty and Belarus would retain its own currency and its own parliament. Frankly, both are worthless. Instead, Lukashenko has sought to protect his own future, particularly through amendments to the constitution. He has codified the existence of a so-called Belarusian People's Assembly, a body convoked after earlier elections and made up of people selected on the basis of loyalty from all sectors of society. The powers of the Assembly, in theory, exceed those of the two houses of Parliament. Moreover, the President is not only declared chair of the Assembly, but has immunity from arrest should he step down from office. The amended version, this is a digression, so if I'm running out of time, tell me. No. The amended version stresses the legacy of the Great Patriotic War, and Article 15 reads as follows: "The state shall ensure the preservation of the historical truth and memory of the heroic deed of the Belarusian people during the Great Patriotic War." And it specifies that the war brought the genocide of the Belarusian people, not the Jewish people, the Belarusian people. And those who deny this historical truth, quote unquote, face penalties and even prison sentences, while school children now have a military patriotic education, replete with new textbooks and interpretations of the war in line with the state's wishes. And just to give an example, new discoveries occur regularly. New mass graves have been uncovered. Criminal cases are launched against both the dead and the living. The first one was against a Ukrainian who had been living in Quebec for the last 50 years or so, but died, I think, about a decade ago now. But they put him on trial. And the number of war victims has been increased from 2.2 million to 3 million because new victims have been found. The opposition, on the other hand, is now equated with the Nazi collaborators, and the slogan "Viva Belarus" is now said to be a Nazi slogan. At some point, Lukashenko got his confidence back after 2020, and he decided to hold a new election prematurely in January 2025, having first ensured that no opponents could emerge to challenge him, as in 2020. No monitoring organizations were permitted into Belarus to witness the elections, and surprise, surprise, Lukashenko won, with 85.48% of the vote. Though few in the West took the results seriously, the elections to some extent allowed the Belarusian leader to restore some of the legitimacy he lost in the stolen vote of 2020. And his inauguration is set for 25th of March. And if there are any Belarusians in this audience, which I know there are, you would know that the opposition celebrates that date as Belarus's Independent Day, marking the 1918 state. In conclusion, the future is unclear, with a state that has conceded much of its power to Russia, with an ever-narrowing spectrum in which to operate independently. Its position has led some analysts to speculate that perhaps we should start a new conversation with the regime, despite the failures of previous efforts. There's no successor to Lukashenko, and none of his subordinates could be considered to be a serious contender. In fact, a recent poll on who could succeed Lukashenko resulted in most votes for his oldest son, Viktor. So neither Ukraine nor Belarus seem stable as we enter the second quarter of the century. Belarus has at least retained its territorial integrity, but at the cost of concessions to Russia and its army. Whereas Ukraine faces a fight for survival that is getting more complicated with the negotiations over terms for peace. Neither state is recognized as a valid independent entity in Russian-controlled territory, particularly by the Kremlin. So I'll stop at that point. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much, David, and particularly given the fact that we, as you pointed out, don't seem to be paying too much attention, at least here in the West, to what's going on in Belarus. I think this was very important. Neil, over to you.
Hello, everyone. Doing good here? I also have a presentation that should be coming up momentarily on the screen. Just adjust it there. You can still hear me from here. Good. All right, so a bit of background on myself. I'm also a Euros graduate, class of 2016, graduated with my master's degree from here. And shortly after that, I moved from Canada to the Caucasus, where I've been based out of for 8 years now. First in Tbilisi, Georgia, and then for the last 6 years in Yerevan, Armenia. And as my career sort of evolved out there, I ended up becoming more basically a journalist at this point, and then, against my best wishes, war correspondent, because that was never the goal, but then wars just kept happening out there. So I've covered a couple different ones on the ground now. The first one was 2020 Nagorno-Karabakh war between Armenia and Azerbaijan, where I was in Karabakh and Stepanakert and all around. And then, since then, the last 3 years, a lot of that for me has been focused on the Russia-Ukraine war, where I have made 6 different trips to Ukraine of about 1 to 2 months each in duration, including my first trip started at the end of January 2022 and continued through February 24th, where I was in Kiev at the time, and through to about the end of March there, being in Kiev and Lviv and Odessa, Mykolaiv, Kharkiv at that point. And then a number of other trips, including May 2022, I spent about the entire month in Donbass after Russia withdrew its forces from northern Ukraine and from Kiev and Chernihiv and these oblasts and redirected towards Donbass. And so the photo is my own at the entrance to Lysychansk and Severodonetsk, about 2-3 weeks, I think, before the Russians completely took over those cities. And so this was one of the last trips in, really, that I think just about any journalist made into there. And so, I mean, as someone who's seen a lot from the ground in Russia and Ukraine, I think my perspective is going to be a bit different from several, my conclusions are going to be largely the same as some other presentations, but the perspective is going to be a different one. And that's why I've chosen to focus on a topic that I have been seeing the results of for, close to the entire duration of the war here, which is mutual exhaustion from both sides. And so one thing I like to think about a lot, and I think it often makes sense to think about in the context of Russia and Ukraine and this war, is the fact that media often, the headlines often don't quite match up to reality. In terms of if you listen to, if you just get the broad swaths of headlines and the sort of tone of the narrative, it sort of swings back and forth wildly between Ukraine is winning and Russia's about to collapse and split into constituent parts. And then, well, no, the Russians are slowly grinding forward and they're this inevitable juggernaut and Ukraine is doomed. And I mean, last year in a lot of ways was an example of that. And that last year, I mean, I don't think there was hardly any good headlines for Ukraine the entire year. And well, I mean, there was a lot of genuine difficulties for Ukraine last year. And Russia was on the offensive almost nonstop the entire year, pushing as hard as possible. And the end result is this. I mean, this is the result of basically 12 months straight of almost uninterrupted, heavy offensive action across the entirety of the eastern and then a lot of the southeastern front line as well. And the entire result of that is that at the start of last year, the Russians captured Avdiivka, down in the southeast there, near Donetsk. They advanced a little bit beyond that, slowly over the course of the last 10, 12 months towards Pokrovsk. They took Velika Novosilka in the southeast, but you can see that the total change in territory, Russian controlled, went from 17.48 to 18.14 at the cost of just unbelievable, incredible numbers of manpower and material losses. And so it just really helps put in context what we're looking at here and the scale to which the capabilities of both sides have been reduced by this point in the war. And so I think there's really two main key issues here for each side. And one is war material, and the other is manpower, which I think is maybe even the more determining factor, and for Ukraine in particular. And for Russia, Russia is less reported on in this, just for the sheer fact of the matter that Russia is inaccessible for reporters, and it's difficult to do good reporting on this. But we do see that Russia is having enormous manpower issues of its own. I mean, over the last 6 or 7 months, the salaries and the sign-up bonuses and the combat and death payout bonuses for Russia have increased massively. We've seen this as the sort of easier pickings of the Russian recruitment targets in terms of prisons and ethnic minorities have not dried up, but it become largely less significant. I mean, I think in prisons in particular, that manpower pool has been greatly depleted over the course of 2023 and 2024 with these penal battalions, with Wagner battalions penal battalions in use in Bakhmut and other places. And you see with the increasing usage of foreign troops, most notably the North Koreans, but also mercenaries from sub-Saharan Africa, from the Caribbean, from Southeast Asia that are involved in increasing numbers as well. And you see this also with these images and these videos that are coming out in the last couple of months with badly injured troops, people sometimes literally on crutches or missing an arm or something that are being forced out of the hospital, military hospital, forced back into action and into frontal assaults again. And I mean, I've actually learned just in the course of the last couple of days that the Russians are actually hitting more of their mobilization targets, more of their recruitment targets than was anticipated. I mean, that's as a result of raising these salaries and also as a result of this perception that, well, the war is going to come to an end soon, so if you sign up now, you'll be entitled to these bonuses, and then you won't actually have to see much action. But at any rate, you know, the longer that this war does go on, the more threat there's going to be that Russia might have to launch a new wave of mobilization to reach the manpower to achieve its military and political goals, which is something that Kremlin's avoided as much as possible. And for Ukraine, I mean, I think this has been one of the most reported on trends over the last year or two, is the enormous manpower issues they have, where, you know, you go to the front and, I mean, I remember even being in midsummer 2023, being in a staging ground near Zaporizhia as the Ukrainians were just kicking off the counteroffensive, the great summer counteroffensive then. And there was the new recruits in the battalion, and the youngest one of them must have been early 40s. And this has just been the sort of the story of the war. I mean, the able-bodied young men, people don't want to join the military in Ukraine. It's been seen for about 2 years now as, if you join the military, you know, maybe you can get a good placement like drone operator, but more likely you're going to be forced into the infantry, which is just, you know, called the meat grinder, and the life expectancy there is measured in months, if not weeks, in a lot of cases. And it's basically seen as a one-way ticket. You know, you join and you meet guys who've been in the Ukrainian military and were drafted at the start of the war, and whenever they were drafted, basically they were serving until then, with a break of maybe a couple days here or there every couple of months, and they basically are in service until they either lose a limb or are killed. And I mean, this is compounded by the Ukraine's manpower issues are compounded by the fact that the leadership has been completely unwilling to lower the age of conscription to 18, as it's a lot of allies and a lot of, you know, Ukrainian military officers have been urging for a long time. I mean, for understandable reasons, the 18 to 25-year-old cohort is already a very small one in Ukraine, but at the end of the day, you know, it just means that the manpower issues grow that much more. So there's been a concerted effort over the last couple months to launch a recruitment effort targeted at voluntary sign-ups by this age cohort, but it's still difficult. And so the issues are well documented compared to Russia's, but not necessarily that. I mean, they're worse, but they're not necessarily as much worse as it might seem. How am I doing on time?
2.5 minutes ago.
Great. And then the other issue, obviously, is the diminishing materiel stocks. And this, whereas manpower is more of an issue for Ukraine, this is more of an issue for Russia. And the image I've got up there just shows one of the many storage yards in Russia, in central Russia, in Siberia. And there is hundreds of these that basically the entire circled area there 3 years ago was full, and now it is at, I mean, this one's probably at 25% of pre-war stocks. And it's actually worse than it looks, because the 25% that's left is the stuff that is going to be almost impossible, if not completely impossible, to repair and put back into action. I mean, Russia started with an enormous Soviet-era stockpile, but that is dwindling away quickly. I mean, as per the Oryx website, which is the best tracker of equipment losses, they've lost 20,000 plus pieces of heavy equipment, 3,800 tanks, 2,000 BMP-2s, and they don't have enough to replace these losses. And with Ukraine, I mean, there's constant lack of artillery ammunition, but the fact that they are conducting fewer offensive operations makes this somewhat less likely, and drones are compensating pretty heavily too. I mean, the latest stats are that drones are responsible for about 60% of day-to-day casualties in the front line in Ukraine on each side, so they're outpacing artillery even. And just finally, some key points to watch in 2025. Obviously, the recruitment trends in Ukraine. Will they end up going to conscription, or how effectively will they be able to target the voluntary recruitment campaign at 18 to 25-year-olds? Russia, will they be able to maintain their current levels of offensive action without resorting to mobilization? The Russian economy, this is something I'm less well-positioned to talk on, but a lot of experts are saying that this will be the year that the economy overheating finally starts to catch up to them. Drone production figures, obviously, is one of the maybe the most important single equipment point for the entire war at this point. And then for Ukraine and Russia, both desertion rates and return to service rates from AWOL personnel.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much, Neil. Before turning to Milena very quickly, just one point to highlight. The Russian targets for recruitment is about 30,000 people a month, roughly, new recruits. And just to underline the point that these are people willing to go kill, maim, rape in Ukraine. This is not conscripts. These are not people who are taken up and sent there. They sign up to go and do that. Their losses were apparently about 900,000, and that includes wounded and killed, which about 250,000 of it is killed. So the difference between the mobilization is that one side sign up to go do that, the others defend their home. Milena, over to you.
Thank you. And thank you so much. I have a presentation as well. Is it there? Just wondering. So I put some pictures to entertain you a little bit. And also there's something I think should become a new mode for presentation. I'm going to start with conclusions because we have the tendency to run out of time. So I was thinking, okay, I'm going to present what I'm standing here for and then break it in. Okay, so let's see if there's anything. Fantastic. So I'm going to discuss the elections in Ukraine, the possible elections in Ukraine. I have 3 questions: what, when, and how. But the most important question is actually why, right? Ukraine in a considerably fragile state for 3 years. We have sustainable threats and risks coming with internal processes, and democratic elections usually bring some tensions, even in peaceful time. The real question is why we have a discussion of elections, and who is actually bringing these discussions to the international public and Ukrainian in Ukraine itself. So we're talking about both adversaries and partners actively talking about elections in Ukraine because of the different circumstances. If in the Russian narratives, elections could be actually, and discussion about changing the powers in Ukraine could be actually detected even among this Kosovo in the very first appearance. I remember this denazification of Ukraine. It somehow could be transferred to the pursuit of election in Ukraine. Right now, it's become definitely one of the major narratives in terms of the process of the negotiation between Ukraine, Russia, and United States. But on the other side, partners as well, especially United States, and the particular current administration of United States is constantly talking about elections. Are the Ukrainians ready, and what kind of public support we can gain from the current surveys? I'm happy to discuss it as well. So here's my conclusion: risks and benefits of elections when we are in a situation of war. So when Ukraine is facing fragility for 3 years, deeply engaged in the offensive campaign, and having fragmented societies, again, there's a different new groups appeared in the Ukrainian society at this point. I see that the harder we push for elections, the more risks appear and less benefits. Based on the existing academic research, and I review some electoral process after the war in current conflicts after 2000s, I can say that there's a reasonable, legitimate procedure which applies 3 major components: security, democratic characteristics of election, and transparency could be achieved after a year of sustainable ceasefire, or let's say stopping of the war. A year approximately. What could be, again, based on academic research, what we are applying to the conflicts in the sub-Saharan Africa and Bosnia-Herzegovina, but also Ukraine itself. Ukraine actually in the wars in 2014, and it actually maintained democratic elections in 2014, 2019, and so we do have something worth to research on. So harder we push for the faster election, the more risks and less benefits. So I'm going to group my presentation around 3 major characteristics. Oh, yeah, if you have questions about quotes, happy to provide. I'm just saving a little bit of time. But President Zelensky is saying, in martial law will be suspended for election, we will lose the army, which applies to that situation when you recently referred to that, the high level of desertions at this point, and we is lifting the martial law, and we will see more people leaving the army and at some point the country. So let's move to the few more and my argumentation regarding Ukrainian electoral challenges. First, the most important, the threat of foreign influence and interference. Then I'm going to just draw a little bit on new social political division, which I think happening right now, and looking forward to hear your feedback on that. Technical difficulties of election and wartime, and media and freedom of election. So let me proceed with some. So first of all, I'm going to start, if we're talking about ongoing electoral threats for the election, we also have to have in mind that Ukraine is now due to the both president and parliament election. We mostly focus on president election, but parliament election incredibly important for Ukraine. My research on the multicultural and plural practices during the war show that the degradation of legitimacy of Ukrainian democratic institutions hit harder on Верховна Rada of Ukraine, Parliament of Ukraine. So, in fact, the legitimacy of existing Rada is quite low. It's been quite low through entire duration of the war. Can we see that Parliament is actually representing majority of the groups and changing realities of Ukrainian society at this point. So it might be possible that despite the hype about president election, parliament election may be more crucial for Ukraine at that point. So when we're talking about Ukrainian electorate, usually, traditionally, we were discussing East-West division, right? It's been a long-lasting discussion on Ukraine, but I can see that at this point we have a new divisions. We have Ukrainian civilians in Ukraine, and this group is pretty well researched. We have survey, we have currently rating published, social climate, political support of President Zelensky conducted in Ukraine. We have KIS also, we have Razumkov. This is a survey campaign, keep receiving and kind of keeping their eye on what's going on in Ukraine. But we also have Ukrainians in VSU, in Army of Ukraine. We're talking about 800,000 people, maybe 1 million, and they have the families as well. These people out of survey in these particular circumstances, precisely in VSU. And again, I'm not talking about technical, I'm talking about the political agenda. I'm talking about perspective of the future and their feeling of identity being Ukrainian. It's significantly changed. And then the final one, my particular interest, Ukrainians abroad. Okay, so how many Ukrainians abroad? What numbers do we have here? Okay. Didn't come, not all of it come through, but I just want to go to that site. So that's a current request on National Register of Voters. That request actually of February 24, 2025, which show us that only less than 600,000 Ukrainian citizens registered as Ukrainian citizens in embassies for voting. And it's 2025. It doesn't correspond to reality at all. Okay, another important characteristic here, about 7,600,000 people live right now of Ukrainians were registered on territories which are currently occupied by Russia. So we do have about at least 15 to 20% of voters living abroad, and another large number of voters actually not clear because we don't know, they are registered there, but not necessarily there on the territories. They migrated as well. So we're talking about 15 to 20% of voters now living abroad. They're not under research, they're not under radar. What we're doing right now currently, we are analyzing data in interviews and focus group discussions, although we didn't precisely ask about, possibilities of elections, but we ask about, for example, sources of information. And these people are bringing us to very interesting characteristics, talking about, again, electoral pool of voters of Ukraine living abroad. So I'm bringing and analyzing precisely current elections, case in Moldova and case in Romania. Very curious in both cases. So in case of Moldova, we saw that actually diaspora redirected election results and moved them closer to based on their European values. So we're talking about the referendum of conducted in the fall 2024 and about presidential election. Second case of Romania with Georgescu, person who was not established in political characteristic and political agenda in Romania at all, show us new instruments which become incredibly important. We're talking about TikTok, YouTube, and in Ukrainian case, Telegram. When we analyze and in focus group discussions how people get the information, Telegram become predominant channel for information for diaspora, and I believe for Ukrainian in Ukraine as well. But for diaspora, it's interesting that it's bringing to the surface absolutely new figures, like Arestovich. It's not necessarily a political figure in Ukraine, but if you'll bring the people living abroad at this particular time, fleeing the war, that's these new political figures will change the dynamics of elections significantly. All right. So, few more characteristic about what actually. Okay, so back to the characteristic of technical issues. I'm not going to pay too much attention to the problems of immediate security and running elections right during the war, but in terms of legislation, we have push and pull process. At one point, we see that presidential administration of Zelensky and fraction in the parliament pushing through that very gradual engagement with election, kind of referring to the agenda coming from abroad, but be very careful. So you can see a comprehensive, just and sustainable peace, right? So what does it mean, peace? It doesn't mean actually stopping of the war, but this is open interpretation. So potentially elections are coming, but we're not gonna rush it. In the same time, the public discussion has already started. If you look closely at the materials presented by Opora, and these materials were actually discussed in the Central Electoral Committee of Ukraine. Recently, there was a public discussion. They're pushing for two major characteristics. One is based on constitution, the month after the lifting of the martial law, you can start electoral process, and it's in Ukrainian, but I can explain you that after the end of the martial law, there was 3 months duration for the, let me just be sure that I'm not mixing it up, 3 months for the process of electoral process for President of Ukraine and 4 months for Верховна Rada. So based again on the public discussions of professionals and policymakers, recommended time is 6 months after the lifting of martial law. In order to avoid multiple threats and change the electoral code, plus be sure that you have adequate electoral pool and you have the money for that. I think I'm pretty much done here. I'm just gonna save any questions you have, precisely what Canada can do. I'm gonna save it for questions. So So Central Electoral Committee, again, moving and kind of position itself in a bit of shady area. So without any announcement, first in the beginning of February, all of the sites of Electoral Committee become available again, which were kind of removed from the public access for the duration of the war. So it's a sign for sure, right? So we kind of open up this area. Second, we do have the public consultations now running, and we do have work on new electoral system. And it's one of the most important point when Ukraine can suffer again from interference. How to maintain electoral process in the current circumstances when we have so many people living abroad. Just the Ukrainian community in Ottawa doubled since the beginning of the war. Instead of 20,000, we have 40,000, many of them in age of voting. So can Ukrainian embassy here accumulate and help these people to vote? What kind of mechanism we have? Do we have money in it? So we can say there is discussions going on. There's definitely going to be some support. Can we use existing mechanism to vote and existing application of Ukrainian power already have, like DIA? There's multiple questions, both from legal perspective and also instrumental. So it's open discussion. Happy to bring more. Let me just be sure. The final, final reference is regarding changing situation in media. We SCAT in US AID help funded projects. Independent media in Ukraine, small, regional, or suffering from providing adequate information to the Ukrainian public. And it's definitely going to affect discussions before the election. Thank you so much.
Excellent. Thank you very much to all our panelists and the audience sticking with us. And the coffee is over there. So first things first, and see you in the next panel. Thank you very much.
So thank you all very much for joining us for the second panel, which is devoted to a topic which has become increasingly pressing and unavoidable in today's world. Over the last decade, disinformation has become one of the most persistent and confounding challenges in managing international security, and it has certainly accelerated in conjunction with Russia's war in Ukraine and the launch of the full-scale invasion, with multiple sources and multiple targets. So I'm very pleased today that we have assembled some considerable expertise on this panel. Noted international experts whose research is both public-facing as well as powerful in international scholarship. Two of our panelists will be in person, two will be joining us online. I think we will go in the order of the program. So first up, we will have Marcus Kolga from MacDonald-Laurier Institute, whose talk will be entitled Hiding in Plain Sight, the Role of Western Influencers in Foreign Information Warfare. Marcus Kolga founded disinfowatch.org, which focuses on disinformation targeting Canada. He's led the campaign for Magnitsky sanctions, testifying internationally on the issue, and received a Magnitsky Global Human Rights Award. He's a senior fellow at the MacDonald-Laurier Institute, and amongst his many qualifications, he has been sanctioned both by Russia and China, in large part for his work on foreign influence. So, without further ado, up there, please.
Great. Great, so we have some slides. Perfect. Thank you so much, Paul, for inviting me here. My name is Marcus Kolga. I've been monitoring, analyzing, and exposing Russian information influence operations since around 2007, when raising awareness of this threat was a pretty lonely crusade. Now, I'm going to give you a brief overview of the most recent Russian information influence operations and tactics targeting Canada, with a focus on the role of influencers in them. Now, first off, Russian interference is a persistent and growing threat to our democracy. I think I need to state that after Madame Hogue's final report. The Kremlin has systematically targeted Canadian officials, journalists, activists, and critics with information operations and transnational repressions, not just in the past decade, but for nearly 80 years. And there's significant evidence that the Kremlin has persistently exhibited intent to target Canada, Canadian interests, and issues within Canadian society through information warfare and influence operations. And we have both historical and current evidence showing how individual Canadians and groups, both wittingly and unwittingly, have been exploited as proxies, influencers, and amplifiers of Kremlin narratives. Now, Russia's efforts to manipulate Canadian public opinion, influence, and our policy making, and undermining our social cohesion have been ongoing and escalating since 2004. That's when Vladimir Putin ordered the creation of Russia Today, now known as RT. RT wasn't just another state-funded media project. It was a weaponized propaganda machine designed to inject Kremlin narratives into Western discourse and advance Russia's geopolitical interests. And today it's being identified by Global Affairs as a key component of Russia's intelligence operations. Putin also understood the power of Western influencers, academics, journalists, and former officials who could be used knowingly or not to launder, legitimize, and amplify his regime's messaging. Now, to lure them in, he first established the Valdai Club, a Kremlin-run think tank which exploits foreign scholars to provide a veneer of legitimacy. It provides direct access to Russian officials, selling the illusion of intellectual engagement while serving as a recruitment tool for the Kremlin's influence operations. For years, it worked until around 2014, when independent journalists and academics began pulling back the curtain, exposing the Valdai Club for what it truly was, a front for Russian influence operations. Canadian academics were among those recruited, even after Russia's 2014 occupation of Crimea. Some continued to amplify Kremlin-aligned narratives in Canadian media and forums. Just last year, in fact, two far-left illiberal populist Canadian activists participated in a Valdai Club event, while other Canadians continue to write for the Russian Foreign Ministry's think tank, the Russian International Affairs Council. Both the Valdai Club and the Council are on Canada's sanctions list, which makes providing them a service or receiving payment from them illegal. At the same time, Kremlin-backed trade promotion organizations set up in the early 2000s attracted former Canadian officials, enticing them with lucrative positions in Russian resource companies. Now, Russia's early influence operations exploited compromised Canadians, using them as unwitting conduits to inject Kremlin narratives into Canadian media. The subtle infiltration allowed Moscow to shape public discourse and advance its interests while evading scrutiny. Now, these covert operations continue today, evolving since 2004 into sophisticated tactics that exploit an extensive network of influencers to achieve unprecedented victories in the information and cognitive domains, often right underneath our noses and with impunity, as we'll see in just a moment. Now, how are they succeeding? Well, we now have unprecedented insight into Russia's strategic objectives and tactics today, thanks to an FBI affidavit unsealed in September of 2024. Which focused on Russia's doppelganger disinformation campaign. The affidavit contains minutes from top-secret meetings between Vladimir Putin's senior advisor, Sergei Kirienko, and 3 Russian strategic communications firms. These documents detail the Kremlin's information warfare playbook against Ukraine, NATO, and the Western world. And the primary objectives of these operations, as outlined in that document, are to first undermine Ukrainian morale, to erode Western support for Ukraine and NATO, to exploit divisions within and between Western nations, and to manufacture conflict where none exists through disinformation and deepfakes. Russia also weaponizes state media like RT to elevate illiberal populist politicians and extremist activists from both the far left and the far right, strategically amplifying fringe elements during moments of domestic unrest. And many of these figures in turn echo anti-Ukrainian narratives, reinforcing the Kremlin's disinformation efforts. RT's columnists and contributors have included Canadian university professors, activists, and journalists, many of whom also write for both extreme illiberal, far left, and far right Canadian platforms. Now, the September 2024 FBI affidavit also outlined how the Kremlin actively monitors and deploys an army of nearly 3,000 influencers, many in the US and Canada, who either share the Kremlin's ideological goals or are financially incentivized to amplify their narratives. Now, coinciding with the release of the affidavit was a US Department of Justice indictment against 2 RT employees. The indictment disclosed an alleged Kremlin-backed scheme to fund the creation of a North American media operation with $10 million US. This operation allegedly recruited well-known American and Canadian far-right influencers, paying them as much as $100,000 per podcast episode to broadcast Kremlin-aligned content. And in just a few months, videos produced by this group amassed over 16 million views on YouTube alone. I wish I could play you this video by one of those influencers, Tim Pool. Apparently the video doesn't work. Let's try it. Nope, it doesn't work. So look up Tim Pool Ukraine. It's a pretty shocking video. Now, with a well-financed army of influencers relentlessly bombarding millions of North Americans with Kremlin-aligned disinformation and a public that is increasingly unable to critically assess it, it's no surprise that even senior U.S. officials are now parroting Kremlin talking points. Now, in these screenshots, we can see how Canada, was specifically targeted by the Tenet Media Group. Most of these narratives target highly sensitive social issues in Canada. They paint a picture of national misery, and they deliberately provoke anger and rage towards Canadian elected officials. What's also remarkable about the Tenet Media case is that the indictment alleges that the 2 RT employees didn't just fund this operation. They directed and controlled the development of content. So if that's true, this means that millions of Canadians have likely unknowingly consumed content funded and orchestrated by an alleged Russian intelligence operation, whether it targeted Canadian issues directly or simply worked to amplify broader anti-liberal narratives. Within social media networks, specifically Twitter X, we now have clear evidence of how Canadians are being exposed to these influencers. In a study I co-authored with Brian McGuinn of the University of Regina and Cody Bunton of the University of Maryland, we analyzed the impact of far-left and far-right influencers and their amplification of Kremlin narratives inside Canada's Twitter space. Using a seed list of approximately 90 accounts known for amplifying Russian-aligned narratives, we found that the active network engaging with them consisted of around 200,000 Twitter accounts. And most notably, over 80% of these accounts belong to ordinary Canadians, highlighting how social media influencers can capture attention and shape public opinion amongst average users. Now, if you look at this chart, you'll see that the blue line represents the activity of Kremlin-aligned accounts on Twitter before and after February 2022. You'll notice how their activity spiked sharply leading up to the first major peak, which coincides with the start of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and then increasing afterwards. Meanwhile, the green line represents average Canadians, remaining largely static. Kremlin-aligned influencers are clearly being injected into online conversations where they nudge public discourse and influence Canadian perception. Here's how. The Kremlin and its network of influencers exploit the challenges Canadians, average Canadians, have in recognizing Russian disinformation narratives. Last year at DisinfoWatch, in partnership with the Canadian Digital Media Research Network, we set out to measure Canadian vulnerability and susceptibility to Russian disinformation about Ukraine. We surveyed over 2,000 Canadians about the leading Russian anti-Ukrainian disinformation narratives. We found that 71% of Canadians reported encountering at least one Russian disinformation narrative. 48% believed or were unaware of whether NATO and Ukraine started the war. 70% of those who were exposed to false claims about corruption and the sale of weapons donated to Ukraine on the black market either believed them or were unaware if they were false. The study also revealed how political partisanship plays into susceptibility to Kremlin narratives. Conservative voters who reported the highest exposure levels were also more likely to believe these narratives than their liberal counterparts. For instance, only half of conservatives exposed to the Ukrainian Nazi narrative actually recognized it as being false. So the Kremlin has effectively weaponized these vulnerabilities through its network of influencers, using ideological biases to entrench and expand anti-Ukrainian sentiment. These narratives, in turn, shape public opinion and threaten to influence policy decisions, as we are witnessing in the United States. So we all witnessed Donald Trump's repetition of false Russian claims that Ukraine started the war a few weeks ago. It's difficult to determine exactly who or what influenced Trump to adopt this Kremlin-developed worldview. However, it had to originate from somewhere, whether through Kremlin-aligned influencers he follows, his advisors, or other sources. Now, regardless of how it happened, the fact that a US president is openly embracing Kremlin propaganda is deeply troubling. It represents a major historic victory for Russian information operations, legitimizing and mainstreaming Moscow's disinformation within the highest levels of Western political discourse. Here we have examples of how Donald Trump has amplified Russian narratives about President Zelensky and the false accusation that he's a dictator. And so while it's easy to identify Donald Trump as a high-profile influencer who amplifies Russian narratives, how can we identify those others, and how do we hold them to account? Well, we can use Elon Musk's own AI engine, Grok, to ask it, as I did earlier this week. I asked Grok, who is the most prominent spreader of disinformation on Twitter X? And I asked it to provide just one name. And that name was Elon Musk. You can try this yourself, but more seriously, there are other tools that can help us. A site called Vatnik Soup is extremely helpful. It lists dozens of Kremlin proxies, enablers, and influencers. I would also say that DisinfoWatch has been actively working to pull away the masks of many influencers over the years. We've also created a custom search tool that allows users to research the relationships between the Russian government, state media, think tanks, and Canadian entities. But the key to building long-term resilience against such operations is through active disruption of them, which leads to deterrence and ultimately prevention. In a word, we need to start fighting back. This means attribution, exposing the perpetrators, actors, and collaborators, the morally corrupt academics, journalists, former officials, and extremist activists, calling them out as Vatnik Soup does. This is an extremely effective form of disruption and deterrence, and even inoculation against influence operations. But this work does come at a cost. The influencers and proxies exposed in these efforts are desperate to hide their connections to Russian state entities. I know this from personal experience, having been a target of Russian state and proxy disinformation and transnational repression. That includes a relentless campaign of threats and intimidation, both via email, through Russian state media channels as well. Komsomolskaya Pravda even launched a change.org petition demanding that my Canadian citizenship be revoked. I'm also, as Paul mentioned, one of 3 Canadians on both the Russian and Chinese sanctions lists. That's why it's also critical to defend and support those on the front lines of this fight, the practitioners and the civil society activists. We need to enforce our sanctions legislation. Canadians who provide services to or benefit from sanctioned entities such as RT, the Valdai Club, Sputnik, and the Russian International Affairs Council should be investigated and prosecuted where appropriate. It appears, for example, that our sanctions laws may have been violated as part of the tenant media scheme. Those responsible should be investigated, and where appropriate, they should be charged and held to account. Our sanctions are meant to deter such collaboration. By failing to enforce them, we just invite more of the same. And finally, we have to expand support for the RRM at Global Affairs and establish a whole-of-society working group to improve awareness and communications and to develop strategies and tactics to disrupt, deter, and prevent foreign influence operations. I will leave it there for now, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you so much for getting the panel off to a vigorous start. We are now joined by our first online guest. I apologize in advance if I butcher the last name. Charlotte Wagnerson is professor of political science at Swedish Defense University. Her research focuses particularly on the projection and reception of malign information influence in the international sphere of security. She is a prolific publisher in academic affairs. If I were to list the publications, we probably would not have time for the presentation, but I'm especially excited to have the opportunity for us to benefit from her insights today. So, Professor Wagnerson, over to you, please.
Well, thanks a lot for inviting me, and thanks also for the previous presentation, which was fascinating, and I suppose I will continue a bit along the same lines, but provide other examples and a few other angles on this. And now I will try to start sharing my PowerPoint as well. Okay, so thanks a lot again for inviting me. My research focuses on malign information influence, which I define as information sponsored by authoritarian regimes or antagonistic actors, projected through international broadcasting or on social media to inflict harm. And other labels for this is, of course, disinformation, deception, propaganda, or, for example, FIMI, which the EU uses. And this problem has caught our attention with the advent of digital and social media, which facilitates the spread of MII. But political communication has been a security problem long before this new era. So I will start with this example. This is my grandfather, a former member of the Swedish Parliament. In 1941, he held a speech to the Swedish Parliament. And this photo is not from that occasion, but from another one. And in the speech, he advocated for Sweden to assist Norway more actively during World War II. He stated, "The Norwegian cause is ours." But given Sweden's situation during the war as a neutral and the reluctance to annoy the German leadership, such a statement was regarded unacceptable, and the foreign minister contacted the head of Sweden's central news agency, telling him not to forward this quote to the newspapers. So my grandfather had been censored, a fact which he later noted with some regret when writing his memoirs. Now, I think that my grandfather would have been quite astonished if he knew that censorship was now again practiced in Europe after the EU's blocking of Russian media after the Russian full-scale invasion of Ukraine in March 2022. So I can imagine that he would have asked, why is this necessary? Is it necessary to censor and block this? And this leads me to the structure of my presentation. I would suggest that to answer that question, we must assess and try to assess the nature and the severity of the problem. And to do this, I suggest that we focus on both messages and audiences. So this is kind of a structure of how we can look upon this. So starting with messages on the left side, we need to know more about how MII is spread, which what was very much the focus of the previous presentation. How are messages, malign messages, spread on social media and by broadcasting agencies? How do they make them travel so widely? But turning to the next focus, we also need to know more about the messages themselves or the narratives. So what messages are put out there and for what reason and to what end? How are they constructed to become persuasive? How are they structured? How do they exploit emotions and identities? But it is not enough to know that there are messages out there and that there might be persuasive. We also need to know who they reach. So turning to the audience focus, we need to know more about consumption. We need to know who primarily consume these malign narratives and why. And finally, even to the right-hand side, even if a message is widely spread, appealing and consumed by a lot of people, we still do not know for sure how many believes it, how many buy into the messages, how many are attracted by it. And to what effect? Does it lead to loss of trust in authorities? Does it lead to polarization and so on? So we need to study this even more. We know a lot already, but we need to continue. And finally, we need to know more about resilience and countermeasures. How can MII or disinformation be mitigated? So I've done some research across some of these domains, particularly the three, not dissemination so much, but the other ones. I will say something about this here today, starting with consumption. So this is just an example, looking at Sweden. I did an article in 2020 based on a survey in Sweden and discovered that 7%, even 10% in a later investigation, of the Swedes consumed the English language channels RT and Sputnik. Not daily, but occasionally or monthly or weekly. And given that they were English-speaking channels, we thought that that was quite a lot. And that is direct consumption, not consumption via influencers or in other ways. We noticed that men, young people, and supporters of parties at the far left and right were overrepresented among these consumers, albeit there were consumers among all ages and genders. These consumers were more prone than non-consumers to align with the Russian malign narratives. And they were also more prone than non-consumers to spread non-reliable media content on social media. They themselves said that I tend to spread content that I'm not sure that it is true, but I spread it anyway. That is why I somewhat jokingly call them the paper boys of Russian messaging. So, turning then to the messages, how messages can become persuasive and what might be the intent or goal of these narratives, which also the previous speaker spoke about in a good, interesting way. Well, I studied the Russian narratives towards Sweden from 2014 onwards. That's a long time ago. And already in 2014, these three strategies were visible, and they continued year after year after year. So from this large-scale investigation of all articles published on Sweden by Sputnik, I discovered three main, what I thought was three main strategies. The first one is I call suppression. And that strategy is about dividing a society, trying to evoke negative emotions and undermine horizontal trust by pitting groups against one another. For example, feminists against those who hate feminism, or immigrants against those who are not immigrants, and so on. But it's also about trying to diminish the state's international status, for example, making it appear morally inferior, ridiculous, or extreme. So here's an example of suppression narratives targeting Sweden, directly from Sputnik. So Sweden is narrated as a ridiculous, immoral, ruthless, and exceedingly liberal country lacking tradition and religion. It is a country in moral decay where people focus on irrelevant and ridiculous things as challenging male gender roles, polygamy, or replacing religion with diets. Okay, so second, there is the destruction strategy, which aims to divide societies, also undermine vertical trust and governability, and undermine again states' international status by making it appear weak and generally unattractive as a partner or ally. So both strategies exploit existing problems in society, trying to make everything look worse than it actually is. So while suppression strategy targets the moral and tradition and the moral status of a country, destruction tries to narrate the state as weak materially in every way, with a weak government, weak authorities, weak economy, weak military. So in the Russian destruction narratives, Swedish institutions and the government are weak and the society is in constant chaos. Sweden is also in constant conflict with the rest of the world, both domestically, with groups fighting one another, and also with China, with Germany, with Russia, and even with Norway, with reindeers who graze across the borders in an inappropriate way. Okay, so then finally, the third strategy that I discovered was I call direction. And that is about trying to push audiences towards a preferred behavior or opinion on a particular policy issue, or in connection with national elections, trying to make them vote for a particular party. So in the Swedish case, much of the direction narratives have been about the downsides of cooperating with NATO. Now, these strategies have been confirmed in later research focusing on Russian narratives on other Nordic countries, but also on Latvia, the Netherlands, and yet other states. And we also, I must say, discovered a fourth strategy when we focused on the Baltic countries that we label identity narratives. And such narratives emphasize persecution of a minority group, trying to trigger negative emotions in this minority group. And yield loss of support for the government, reduction of trust, and societal division. So that was a bit about the messages and the possible intent or goals behind the messages. Now I will finish this presentation by focusing a little bit also on countermeasures, presenting a few results from a study that we did after the EU's ban of RT and Sputnik in 2022, together with Maria Hellman and Aidan Hoyle, which is my actually key co-author. We believe that it is very important to scrutinize the public debate and support for countermeasures, because countermeasures are dependent on public support for success, and because countermeasures can infringe upon democratic freedoms and therefore need to be legitimate. So we conducted focus groups followed up by a survey. And we found that the support for the ban in 2023 was indeed very, very strong in Sweden. And support increased with age and was stronger among women. We don't exactly know why. We also saw that the ban seemed to have some effect because consumption of RT and Sputnik in Sweden was 5% after the ban as compared to 7 to 10 before the ban. It is also worth noticing perhaps that Sweden is representative of other EU member states in the sense that the majority in all EU member states seem to support the ban. An average of 66% supports the ban. And this is important, but despite this strong support in Sweden, we also in the focus groups discovered a very, very strong hesitance and awareness of the risks and downsides coming with censorship and bans. So these are a few voices from the focus groups. So Oscar, for example, said the argument for censorship then is comprehensible, but the one who fights monsters must watch out for turning into one. And Jonas said, what does it mean to assume that people cannot take responsibility on their own, people who are supposed to sustain democracy? So despite very strong support for the ban, people really wanted additional and less intrusive countermeasures as well. So we asked them, well, what countermeasures do you prefer? We asked them in the focus groups. We collected all ideas, and then we measured support for these ideas in the large-scale survey. And then we grouped these ideas into a model of responses which you can see in this PowerPoint. So these responses range from inward protection, that is trying to protect the population from shield the population from this information, and outward projection, where you turn to the aggressor and try to confront the problem. And also on the left side, then engaging with the opponent or disengaging with the opponent. So then we can see that 83% supported confronting the aggressor. They wanted authorities and journalists to detect and reveal MII. And they wanted counter-narratives. There was a very, very strong support for counter-narratives and trying to detect and reveal MII. But even more, 89% were in favor of fortifying, because they could choose for each, the fortifying. And that means the fortifying means strengthening civil society and individuals through education in source criticism and media literacy. But also boosting the capacity of authorities and journalists to portray events accurately and inform about and shed light upon disinformation and propaganda. So they wanted education, briefly. And The least popular strategy was ignoring, which means relying on existing institutions and media and doing nothing, and being safe with our democracy will prevail. That was the least popular alternative. So the conclusion is that a vast majority wanted very active countermeasures. So with this in mind, and returning to the beginning of my speech, I, or perhaps my grandfather, asked, is the spread of MII too problematic to be allowed? Is blocking or censorship necessary? And if not, are there other effective countermeasures? And these are no easy questions, and I don't have an answer to them. That was not my intention, but I've tried to provide some food for thought, above all on how to assess the threat, and some ideas about different kinds of countermeasures. So thanks a lot for your attention. I will end here.
Thank you so much for that presentation. I think it's especially interesting to see the parallels and the content of malign influence focused on frontline states like Sweden, as well as what we see focused on Canada today. And perhaps we can learn a great deal from what our colleagues have already researched as far as possible responses. Our next speaker has also invested a great deal of time and energy and resources in uncovering Russia's influence networks, especially in Europe, but also worldwide. Florian Topfel is professor at the University of Passau in Germany, where he holds the chair of political communication with a focus on Eastern Europe and the post-Soviet region. Amongst other things, he is the principal investigator of the European Research Council Consolidator project entitled The Consequences of the Internet for Russia's Information Influence Abroad, or Russinform, which ran from 2019 through this year. He is a prolific publisher as well, and has his own research team has evolved and expanded to include some of the most cutting-edge research out there today on disinformation and malign influence. So we're very fortunate that Professor Topfel is willing to join us today remotely as well. Professor Topfel, over to you, please.
Thank you, Paul, for having me. Can you hear me and can you see my presentation?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So thank you very much for having me. Today I will present to you selected findings from our Russinform project, which was funded for 6 years. And here you see my collaborators, Arista Besler, Julia Kling, Daria Kravets, Serge Polyakov, and Anna Ryshova. And we're all based at the University of Passau in southern Germany. Now, before I jump to the findings, let me just briefly provide an overview of what I conceive of as Russia's foreign propaganda network. So you have here at the center the official foreign media channels, RT and Sputnik. You have covertly supported news websites. I go very quick through this because the first presenter already talked about it. So I go through it very quickly. So we have the social media profiles of officials. We have the Kremlin-controlled culture institutes and think tanks. And then we have co-opted foreign political, economic, media, and academic elites. And the media elites are probably the influencers that you talked about previously. Then we have the Kremlin-controlled platforms. There are several social networks that are operated in Russia, and there is also a Russian search engine, Yandex. Then we have Russia's domestic media, which have a huge reach among Russian-speaking audiences abroad. In Germany, we have approximately 3 million Russian speakers, so this is also a major channel of influence. Then we have the simulation of online public opinions through troll factories. Then we have the special services who also operate troll factories, but also stage protest events and so on sometimes. We have cybercrime and hacking, and we have transnational repression. So this is not exhaustive, but it's probably the core of what I consider as the foreign influence network. And it also brackets the military means of foreign influence, and it also brackets the hybrid means, so sabotage and so on. So this is really much focused on the foreign influence tools. So, and I think one important thing that we need to mention here is that usually these resources operate in close coordination. Their strength is that For instance, the FSB stages protest events, the social media profiles of officials pick it up. It's supported by the covertly supported news websites, then by RT and Sputnik and the Troll Factory. So every resource ties in with the other, and this gives it its clout, even though the impact of each of these resources might be smaller. So, and now I start with 5 spotlights on research, and I'll tell you how we try to approach this question academically, which is very, very difficult because usually these are covert actions. So first approach we use is algorithmic audits of search engines of the US-based Google and the Kremlin-controlled Yandex. And how we did this is we programmed Python scripts and collected large amounts of fielded large amounts of automated searches. For instance, we searched for terms such as coronavirus, coronavirus truth, and coronavirus biological weapons every 3 days of 1 month on Google and Yandex in different languages. We simulated Belarus as a geolocation, and then we subjected the data through to manual content analysis. And we would, for instance, find that Yandex presents more unconfirmed conspiracy theories than Google. And then, of course, also Yandex presents almost exclusively conspiracy theories about COVID-19 that were accusing conspirators from the USA of having caused the pandemic. Even though we all know that the virus started in Wuhan, but there's not a single conspiracy theory found on Yandex in Belarus that accuses China, for instance. So, I mean, there are clear politics involved in how the algorithm is constructed. So second spotlight is Russia's connection with Germany's so-called alternative or right-wing extremist media. And in previous research, RT and Sputnik were analyzed as alternative or fringe media, but the Kremlin's influence on other right-wing media goes unmentioned. So our question was, how and to what extent are leading German language alternative media linked to Russia's ruling elites? And we approached this by a systematic document analysis. So we analyzed reports of think tanks, investigative journalism, media reports, and also posts in social media. And we found 3 types of connections: organizational, media, and personal. So organizational would be they organize joint conferences. Media connections would be they have media partnerships, they print the same content. And personal would be the leading editors meet with the leading figures in Moscow. So, and we found that half of the leading German language alternative media maintain at least one of the 3 types of links to the Kremlin. So there are very many connections here and joint goals, I would say. So our third approach was qualitative interviews with Russian speakers in Germany about their news diet and use. So one of the research questions here would be, for instance, why do some Russian speakers in Germany who have access to all this great democratic media still trust the Kremlin-funded news media, even though they often rely on false information? And we conducted approximately 42 interviews. All had German citizens, but were born abroad. And we conducted these interviews prior to the full-scale invasion in 2021. And we found 2 types of understandings of the truth. One is evidence-based, and the other is non-evidence-based, to which 31 participants subscribe. And I briefly talk about the non-evidence-based understandings here. And these participants would understand truth as a moral or identity-based theory. That is, they would tell us that they consciously uses the Kremlin-controlled media because it's the media of their home country, and therefore feel an obligation, a moral obligation to trust them. A second type would tell us the truth. They understand truth as a middle ground between conflicting narratives. So they use sources of all kinds and all languages, and then they say the truth must some way lie in between. And as we all know, very often the truth is not in the middle between the Kremlin's propaganda narratives and the facts. So the third type is they told us the truth in the media can never exist. And very often these participants avoided the news altogether and only trusted friends, or were somehow in a world where no truth existed, and it was difficult to act for them. So we have now a follow-up study on how news repertoires of Russian-speaking Germans changed after February 2022, an additional 28 interviews. And we haven't fully analyzed the data, but we did not observe very much change. So there was a polarization, but the types remained more or less the same. So a fourth spotlight is simulating public opinion. And we used a method that is called CV research. So what we found out here, so the troll factory is the famous internet research agency operated by Wagner boss Prigozhin and known mostly for influencing the US election in 2016. So prior research typically focused on the English language content published by this troll factory. And our approach, we found out that the former employees of this factory, they uploaded their CVs to job portals. So we identified 350 people who uploaded their CVs to job portal and described when they had worked at the agency, what their job there was what their function or position was, and what other job they found after their stint at this agency. And then we analyzed this data, and you can, for instance, based on this data, you can show how these disinformation organizations develop over time, so how approximately the head count. And here you see that this troll factory, the IRA, was created for the Euromaidan in Kiev and not for the US elections, of course. But we also can see that the average age of the disinformation workers was 26. We know the universities they most likely came from, and some demographics and additional information. So this is this type of approach. And we have the study published here. And we have a work in progress about another successor organization, which is called Anno Dialog in Russia. And the key development that I see here, that within Russia, it's not any longer about baking comments and having this disinformation armies, but now it's about orchestrating the creation of user-generated content by authentic citizens. That is, this organization now, it kind of encourages or supervises state officials or teachers or any kind of workers in the provinces everywhere across Russia to keep so-called Gospubliki, state publics, and post authentic content, and then they just kind of filter or from a divulge propaganda occasional, which is it's a very effective approach, I would guess here. And I skipped the fifth spotlight on the VK, the social network, for a lack of time, because I refer you to our key publications, and I wanted to add maybe one last speculative thought for discussion, because to me it seems, especially against the backdrop of what has happened in the US in the past weeks, that we need to think of disinformation more broadly, because it's not only about the destruction or destabilizing Western regimes or directing or encouraging specific types of policies. I think it's more about actually Russia. We have to see Russia's goal as, toppling the world order, and really establishing kind of a broad right-wing extremist puppet regimes across Europe, at least, and this would be a kind of the kind of long-term goal. And this is not only about disinformation, but it is about ideological work, and I guess, as far as I understand, the Russian regime now has a very coherent ideology that I would term as proto-fascist. So they really think that war, for instance, is the natural form of being of humans. So this is not about disinformation. They really, I think the core of Russia's elites believes in this, and they are not so far away, in my view, of the US right, for instance, or the European right. So they read the same books. They read the same books from the 1930s, So I think we need to think about it, or should think about it in a broader ideological way, and and maybe this helps us to tackle disinformation better, because it helps us focusing also our attention on the right-wing movements within Europe, or the far right within Europe. So this is my last thought, a very speculative thought that I wanted to put in for discussions. And I now thank you for your attention, and all ideas and suggestions for collaborations are welcome. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you so much for that very rich presentation and some very provocative thoughts I think perhaps we can pick up in the question and answer period. Our last speaker today is Sergei Stanovich, who is a Hoover Fellow at the Hoover Institution, Stanford University. Previously, he was postdoctoral research associate at Princeton University's Center for Information Technology, and he earned his PhD in political science from NYU, where he was affiliated with the Center for Social Media and Politics. His research focuses on how autocrats use digital tools, including AI, for censorship and propaganda, with a focus on Russian foreign policy and information warfare against Ukraine. Sergei, please.
Thank you, Paul, for kind introduction and assembling such an impressive panel. I actually will try to follow Professor Wagenson's suggestion to look at the consumption of information, starting not with disinformation, but with sort of mainstream media, and if it creates space for disinformation. I will not fully answer that question, but I hope to give some food for thought. The paper I will be presenting is joint with Andrei Simonov from Columbia Business School. And in that paper, we are trying to answer the following question. Does the war change everything, as people say? Or maybe in this case, it just accelerates the prior trends. And as in many other domains here, I think that the region and Russia in particular has its own challenges, but it's also, there is a nexus with some global trends. And in this case, it's a move from sort of first generation of social media to the subsequent ones. And, move from, let's say, Facebook and Twitter to, I would say X would be a different platform now, but also to TikTok and YouTube and so forth. And in the Russian case, I think in many ways, the evolution here could be traced through the biography of one man, Pavel Durov, seen here throwing high-denomination banknotes from his office window in St. Petersburg. And, he always, here taking an ice bath in Dubai. So he always emphasized his sort of libertarian principles and non-partisan, no political affiliation of himself or his platform. Sort of very libertarian kind of guy. And, his platform VK was originally just a copy of Facebook, but using high-quality engineers in St. Petersburg. At some point, I think he created a platform that was technically even better than Facebook. Now, he had interesting run-ins with Russian government. First, in 2011, during the big protests in Russia, he was requested to remove some information and also turn over some private user data to the government. And as a response, he sent the pictures of his dog and somehow got away with it. Now, in 2013, when the same request came from St. Petersburg office of FSB, and he also tried to send, I think, the keys to his safe or something, it didn't go as well, and he had some alleged traffic incident where some alleged policeman was injured. He had to sell VK to his partners and flee Russia. Now, in the interest of time, I will skip what happened to VK afterwards, though it's an interesting sort of Game of Thrones kind of story. But I will come back to what he created afterwards. And according to him, even after 2011, when he got away with sending the dog picture, he and his brothers, they knew they needed to create a social network that would be sort of impenetrable for any kind of government, Russian or otherwise. And this is where Telegram came, and it was technically quite successful to the tasks that they set for themselves. When Russian government, pretty promptly when it became popular in Russia, tried to ban it, it was technically unsuccessful, and also Russian government officials loved Telegram so much that they couldn't quit using it, even when ban was in force. The story continues. I think Pavel Durov just is out of France, I think on bail and awaiting trial, and now cooperating more with European authorities. But meanwhile, Telegram became the top source of news, top social network in both Russia and Ukraine. And importantly, social networks became the top source of news, even compared to TV or press or radio and so forth. So Telegram is an actual top source of news in Ukraine, which is would be focus of my presentation. Again, we'll skip YouTube for Q&A, but there are some interesting things there, primarily to emphasize that media was probably the area where Russia and Ukraine were most connected. In many other areas they were not that connected actually, but in that area they were. And so that's why in this paper we focus on Telegram news channels and what happened after they start to switch from Russian to Ukrainian language. It started prior to a full-scale invasion, but of course was much accelerated just after. And we will use it to estimate how, the effect on the consumption of news. And a couple things important to mention here. There was, Ukraine passed many laws that tried to sort of amplify usage of Ukrainian language in many domains. It was a unique case where the official language was used a lot, but in informal circumstances. And informal ones, Vladimir Kulik, I refer you to his work, has excellent empirical studies of that. Informal settings in science, in journalism, and so forth, Russian was still heavily used. And, for example, this is this famous call by Mustafa Nayem on Facebook, which started Euromaidan. And as you see, the call is in Russian. And of all the responses on this screenshot, only one is in Ukrainian. The rest is in Russian. The sort of ironic part here is that there was a resistance to implementing these language laws, including from some prominent figures in Ukrainian society, such as Vladimir Zelensky, as an owner of big entertainment company, which was producing content in Russian. He was, quite opposed to implementing these laws in full force. I think here is, yes. So this new law passes, and Vladimir Putin was against this law, as if language in Ukraine is his business, but also the president-elect Vladimir Zelensky. Some interesting pictures here. So this is sort of the key which started our research project, and here is the usage of Ukrainian language in top news channels on Telegram. It's really like a quick reversal here. And it's not just Telegram. For example, on YouTube, same channels just switched from Russian into Ukrainian, or some other people, for example, even not political. This is a personal psychology channel. And it was a very popular channel in Russian language with more than 1.5 million subscribers, and then it switched to Ukrainian, losing by the order of magnitude the number of subscribers and users. So this is the same thing on Twitter, also a quick switch to Ukraine. So now I will specifically focus on Telegram, and so how it looks. Right here is July 6, 2022. This message from popular Gardon channel is in Russian, and this one is a double. So there is a translation. There is Ukrainian and then Russian. And then later in September of 2022, here is the message with both Ukrainian and Russian, and the next message is just in Ukrainian. So it was very abrupt, sort of clear-cut change. So was this change aligned with demand? This is the empirical question we ask. And for that, we use primarily not views, but forwards and comments, because views is not, even if you don't read the news, you sort of scroll it over in your feed. But leaving a comment or forwarding this sort of more active reaction to the content, that is what we use to quantify that. So we collected a large data set of news channels that were popular in Ukraine. We collected a lot of millions of comments and forwards and other information. Telegram is somewhat limited in what we can get from it, but I think it was enough to establish some preliminary facts. And the key empirical challenge here is sort of endogeneity problem. So some news might be published in Russian rather than Ukrainian because more people understand Russian than Ukrainian. But then those news could be engaged more actively, but not because they're in Russian rather than in Ukrainian, but just because they're more important. And this is why they were published in Russian in the first place. So to overcome this problem, we use sort of a two-step regression. It's basically an IV kind of estimation where we use the fact that channels switched from Russian to Ukrainian, not at the same point in time, but sort of like over several months that we track. And that's how we can see what was the effect of switch on various forwards and comments primarily, but I also will show you some data on views as well. We use some Python algorithm to sort of estimate. This was sort of a channel that was partially in Russian and Ukrainian before the invasion, and the same happened after. But in some cases, it's like a clear switch. And so this is sort of the switching over time. As you see, this is like a very very fast acceleration just after the invasion, but it continued. Again, some channels switched before. It was like a gradual process, but it was hugely accelerated by the invasion. So the one issue, sort of technical issue that we face is that sometimes channels can switch off the ability to comment. So there are no comments, but not necessarily because there was switch in content or language, just because there is no data in the file. So we account for that too. And so the basic result is that when we look, for example, at forwards, there is more than a third reduction in engagement here. So the switch did change the consumption, and the channels that switched, they did lose audience quite significantly. And so we can see this is sort of event study design, and we see the same result. So when we look at the number of comments, overall, there is not a significant change in the first column. There was some change, not particularly significant, in the number of comments from people who mostly comment in Ukrainian, but significant reduction in the number of comments from users who mostly comment in Russian. Again, in the event design study, you can see it very clearly here. Same thing with commentators, fewer commentators that are primarily Russian commentators, Russian-speaking commentators. Again, in the event study here. As I mentioned, there is no significant effect on the views. So people don't unsubscribe from the channel. They just sort of scroll it over, but engage less than they used to. I think this is basically the same results with OLS. Here the magnitude is even more significant. And the last thing I wanted to show is the number of comments by commentator language. I think this is the most instructive. So even if we account for the selection into the channel, even if we account for the day, there are days where there's some very important news and some other days where news are less prominent. And even if we account for a particular user and we have a user fixed effect, even then, for the same user, they were more likely to leave a comment in Ukrainian language to a post in Ukrainian language. So the effect is real. And so the basic results are that in this case, consumption and engagement were related directly. That you know, this switch of the language didn't directly reflect the demand, which resulted in this reduction of consumption and engagement. The key questions that we are trying to ask now with some additional data collected is where these people go. Do they switch off Telegram, or they switched off to some Ukrainian channels that remained in Russian language, or, which was the original worry and reason for this study, they switched to some of the Telegram channels that pretend to be Ukrainian, but actually are run from Russia in Russian, and sort of, you know, could take advantage of this reduction in consumption. And we also will try to compare Telegram and YouTube. You know, YouTube risen quite significantly both in Russia and in Ukraine, especially like political content. And with this switch, which also happened on YouTube from Russian to Ukrainian language, interesting to compare sort of Telegram, which is quite unique to this part of the world. It's, you know, more popular now everywhere, but especially there, with YouTube, which is sort of a broader channel. And, you know, we want to understand, does it have like special characteristics in this area, or it follows sort of more general patterns. And the last one would be to look a little, if we could, it's very hard with Telegram API, but try to look, you know, for example, people who are members of some local groups on Telegram for like Dnipro or Lviv or some other places in Ukraine, to look at some regional and identity trends. Thank you so much. Looking forward to your questions.
I'd like to thank our panelists online and in person for sharing really interesting and important research and insights. I thank the audience for being here, especially the online audience. I'm sorry we did not have time to get to your questions, but obviously there's a lot of interest in this topic. I think we are sort of establishing a pattern in this conference of ending each session on an optimistic note. But, you know, as they are fond of saying in Russia, you know, hope dies last. The one organizational note, we are now breaking for lunch. Lunch will go until 1:30 p.m. So please reconvene on time so that we can stay on schedule. And please join me in thanking our panelists for a really interesting discussion.
We're here to start back with our third panel of the day, the Caucasus and Central Asia, European security, Canada's role, and a Russian-Chinese, I sort of see it now, great game, I don't know, maybe it was a bit too catchy. But in any case, we will be looking at the various external powers as they play out in Caucasus and Central Asia. I am Jessica Hideo. I'm one of the organizers of the EETN team. So again, to thank our audience, thanks Senya Varga as well, our program administrator. Thank Michaela over there, who's taking care of things too, and all our staff, Ali Reza as well. A wonderful panel today. I'll introduce the speakers in turn. I think we have, sadly, two of our speakers who last minute couldn't make it, one because the British Embassy would not surrender her passport as she was trying to apply for a visa, and the other one caught at, I don't know if it was Dulles or Reagan Airport. Erica, you can tell us, for hours and hours last night, and finally actually couldn't make it here. So they'll be joining us online, but we will go in order of the program, and our first presenter is live, so Magdalena Dębinska, who is a full professor of political science at Université de Montréal. Her research focuses on ethnic politics, conflict, state and nation building, and nationalism in Eurasian Central Europe. She is the author of Vivre ensemble dans la diversité, à la fabrique des États de facto, ni guerre ni paix. Her work has appeared in journals like International Studies Review, Nations and Nationalism, and she's currently leading 2 SHIRK projects. So Magdalena, I'll ask you to speak and everyone to speak for about 10 to 12 minutes, and we'll have some time for questions and answers afterwards.
Okay. Yeah, works. Thank you very much. So I don't have a real presentation, I just have a map. Ta-da! Ta-da! Just have a map. So, okay, thank you very much for inviting me. In the next 10 minutes, I will be trying to pinpoint frozen conflicts in the Black Sea region, Transnistria and Abkhazia, 2 contested and unrecognized states legally part of, but de facto separate from Moldova and Georgia, as Russian Trojan horses in the European security architecture. And this is despite many having the map. No, okay. And so these Transnistria and Abkhazia as being Transnistrian Russian Trojan horses, and this despite many having remarked on the weakening of Russia's position in the South Caucasus, especially after Azerbaijan recovered Nagorno-Karabakh by force in 2023, with Russia observing and letting go. Moving Russia's fleet from Sevastopol was also arguably signaling Russia losing some ground in the Black Sea. So, yeah, that's my slide. So, although I do not work on security issues per se, based on my research, which is mainly on state and nation building in Transnistria and Abkhazia, including field work. Well, I'm not allowed to enter Abkhazia since 2023. I would argue that Russia still has full leverage in the region, and it would only enhance if a ceasefire in the Russo-Ukrainian war leads to yet another frozen conflict. Such an outcome in Ukraine would allow Russia to achieve its objectives through protracted instability rather than outright conquest. So Russia did use and still uses and sustains frozen conflicts in the so-called near abroad for over 3 decades now. So be it Transnistria, Abkhazia, South Ossetia, previously Donetsk and Luhansk, but also Nagorno-Karabakh. So Russia used these to exert influence to prevent parent states from fully controlling their territory and thus to hinder Moldova's, Georgia's and Ukraine's westward integration. A ceasefire and frozen conflict in Ukraine mean the Black Sea region remains militarized, unstable and contested, which is not without consequence for major trade routes between Asia and Europe and for the European security. Russia views Black Sea as a region of vital strategic importance, providing access to Mediterranean and serving as a key area to influence the South Caucasus and also the Balkans. Abkhazia is actually a clear indication of Russia's determination to strengthen its strategic positioning in the Black Sea. One of these manifestations is the strategy of reopening the Sukhumi airport, but probably most to the point, the establishment of a permanent Russian naval base in Ochamchire in Abkhazia. A base that is also hindering the development of the project by Tbilisi of a deep sea port in Anaklia, which was supposed to be part of this China Belt and Road Initiative, which is opposed by Russia. So the unresolved conflicts in Abkhazia, South Ossetia, and Transnistria, regions that host Russian military force, and that can be used to hybrid warfare tactics, act as persistent sources of instability in the region. They provide Russia with leverage over Moldova and Georgia, again, hindering their Euro-Atlantic integration. These security concerns prompted the so-called geopolitical awakening of the European Union, its more assertive approach, including working on the enhanced role of European Union in conflict resolution in these frozen conflicts. It is in this context that, despite the enlargement fatigue, Brussels invited Moldova, Georgia, and as well as Ukraine to join the EU, countries where parts of territories are under Russian occupation, no less. The assumption is that the EU membership process and the EU membership of the contested states will eventually help to resolve political tensions and will lead to reintegration of the territories of Georgia and Moldova and strengthening thus the European security. Well, from my research, I can say that there still is some hope for reintegration in the case of Transnistria, but not so much in the case of Abkhazia and South Ossetia. So in Transnistria, the geopolitical field since 2022 changed immensely. The de facto borders with Ukraine, between Transnistria and Ukraine, have been closed, totally closed. And at the same time, Chisinau gained leverage over Transnistria for the first time for the last 30 years when it reoriented its energy supply in 2023. So as a result, Russia has a weakening role in Transnistria, and at the same time, Transnistria dependence on Chisinau just grew. But I would argue that reintegrated to Moldova or not, Transnistria remains a Russian Trojan horse for European security. If reintegrated into Moldova, there are at least 3 issues that will still remain, and this despite the fact that there is no hostility and there's a lot of connectivity between the right and left banks of the Dniester River. So first, Transnistria's mostly pro-Russian or Ruski Mir oriented local population would change the political landscape in Moldova and challenge its already shaky pro-European orientation. And this is obviously in the wake of upcoming parliamentary elections. Also, its specific business structure with its oligarchs, the Sharif conglomerate, would undermine Moldova's socio-economic system. And finally, Russia still has a very strong influence in local security services, business structures, not to mention that the Russian military units are on the ground. So it is difficult to imagine Moldova joining the European Union together with Russian soldiers. However, even if Russia withdraws its units from Transnistria, the situation still is testing. Most soldiers in these Russian units are born and raised in Transnistria. They will not leave, they will stay in Transnistria, posing a challenge to the stability of the state as well as to the social integrity in Moldova. So Moldova has not really the capacity to reintegrate Transnistria, at least at this moment. But reintegration without integration to the EU without Transnistria seems like a no-go either, because Transnistria would be left as a gray zone between Moldova and Ukraine with strong Russian influence and Russian troops. So the most important issue is that the one of withdrawal of Russian military from Transnistria. But this means that settling the Transnistrian conflict depends ultimately on the will of Moscow. As it is, I would argue, in the case of Georgia and the frozen conflicts in Abkhazia and South Ossetia, where, by the way, the situation is contrary because there's a lot of hostility and no connectivity between the parts in conflict. It may seem paradoxical, but Georgia's ambiguity, well, not so much ambiguity anymore, as to its geopolitical orientation towards the West and closer ties with Russia, is feared not only in Europe, but also in Abkhazia. The Abkhaz fear a deal above their heads and potential irresponsiveness of Russia in case of Tbilisi's attack, the opening of second front, as they call it. That said, contrary to Azerbaijan, Georgia has neither the means nor the willingness to reintegrate these territories by force. The only way for territorial reintegration of Georgia is with Russia's consent. But even if by 2030 Tbilisi restores these strained relations with the West, Moscow would not allow Georgia to simply take Abkhazia and South Ossetia and join the EU. I fear that in the case of Georgia, reintegration of the country and EU membership are mutually exclusive projects, in the foreseeable future at least. As Moldova and Georgia remain hostage of Russia due to Russia's use of frozen conflicts, the Black Sea and thus European security is in question for the foreseeable future. The region will remain militarized and will be unstable, well, unless some Euro-Atlantic project is on the table and I'm not aware of, or Putin changes his heart. Thank you. Sorry for pessimistic presentation.
You kept the time, though. That's the optimistic.
That's the optimistic stuff. Okay, at least I did that.
Thank you, Magdalena. And next, our presenter is online, correct? Erica Marat. So, Erica is a professor at the College of International Security Affairs of the National Defense University. She has authored several books, including most recently Transformative Violence When Routine Cruelty Sparks Historic Mobilization. Just came out with Oxford University Press. She's currently working on a project on decolonial developments and processes in Central and North Asia and the South Caucasus as part of the Cambridge Elements series. She's engaged in a research project on China and Russia's provision of public services for illiberal governments in 15 countries across 5 continents. And she'll have findings for that published by Cornell University Press next year. She's published in Foreign Affairs and several other prominent journals. So we would welcome Erica online.
Thank you so much. I'm so happy to be here. I'm sorry I never made it to Ottawa, to the free world yesterday. I was trying to fly from Washington, D.C., and my plane never departed. So everything I say today is going to be from perspective of my own scholarship, not representing National Defense University, DoD, or U.S. government. That said, I want to apologize to all the Canadian colleagues for the harmful rhetoric and actions coming out of Washington, D.C. It's really shameful. So I'm sorry for this. I will do everything in my power to try to counter that. So I hope you can see my slides. I will talk about an upcoming project between me and Marlene Laruelle. We talk about illiberal service providers. So Russia and China as illiberal service providers, and I'll focus specifically on Central Asia and South Caucasus. And we start our research by looking at how IR literature talks about how Russia and China are displacing international liberal order. And even today, we had presentations on how Russia is imposing certain narratives, disinformation on various parts of the world. But we see that in area studies, a lot of research is focused on the rise of domestic liberalism, so domestic forces, domestic processes and forces that contribute to illiberalism. And our overall argument is that both China and Russia are not necessarily imposing illiberalism on other countries, but they're leveraging the demand for illiberal services that already exist in various countries. And the United States in this here is also another example of how there are illiberal tendencies in the American society. And then Russia seems to leverage those illiberal tendencies. So a quick overview of kind of illiberal services that exist. And we talk about services specifically, so something that is based on knowledge economy, technological superiority, so not necessarily infrastructure or construction. So something that is harder to touch and to measure. And Russia is notoriously good in disinformation, online censorship, foreign agent law, example, and promoting traditional family values and anti-LGBTQ plus policies, providing alternative financial services, intelligence sharing, and military training. China's view of China's way of promoting liberalism is obviously China is attractive in how it presents state-led economic growth without political democratization, also its own brand of online censorship, BRI and the Middle Corridor working on big projects with governments directly as opposed to the private sector. Another one is public order and safety technologies. That part is popular among populations as well. That China brings its software and hardware to promote surveillance of public spaces, and it seems like urban middle class is completely on board on having more surveillance in urban areas, and then connectivity 5G and also military and police assistance. So when we talk about what is actually illiberal governance, it's projection of liberalism and Western values or Western view of liberalism. It's protecting or delivering services and economic growth for the real people against whatever others want to see us do. And in this case, very often the West, against what the West wants us to do in our own countries. And illiberal governance is necessarily rising in liberalism or in countries that experienced or are experiencing some level of liberalism. So it's in a way of a backlash to experience with liberalism. And it's different from populism. It is about promoting our own way of life without having to necessarily emulate Western liberalism, developing our sovereign path, and it's often by incumbents who are popular, so who have been elected in a democratic election, or powerful as well. We bring this, and I know this is really cluttered to graphs, but we bring this a comparison of the media coverage around the world, and this is not necessarily South Caucasus or Central Asia, but what we see here is that there is susceptibility to Chinese activities and Russian activities. So you can see here Chinese activities and Russian activities, and those two graphs, they measure tonality of media. So on the right hand, coverage of media that would be positive. So talk about things like cooperation, friendship, growth. And on the left hand would be like conflict, wars, and all that stuff, right? Instability. So what I want you to pay attention to is to the blue dots and whiskers on both sides. So this represents domestic media in 15 different countries around the globe, how they cover mostly positively Chinese activities and Russian activities, with some exceptions, quite positively. And then when you look at the gray dots, this is Western media, covers mostly negatively Chinese and Russian activities. So what we see that even with our counter narratives, our independent narratives, we're really far away from how domestic media covers Chinese and Russian involvement. And that we see, so I don't have the graphs for specifically Central Asia and South Caucasus. We're still working on them, I'm so sorry. But we see similar dynamics all across all across the countries that we cover, with notable exceptions, of course, Ukraine and mostly just Ukraine. So what we see that is appealing, and I look at specifically two cases that I'm mostly interested in. What is appealing and what Russia and China can offer is both Georgia and Kazakhstan, the governments have ambiguous positions towards Russian war. They kind of, sometimes they deny, sometimes other times they speak in support of Russian imperial policies. In Georgia, Ivanishvili has recently said that Georgia needs to apologize to Russia for the war in 2008. Both countries adopted foreign agent law, very much that is very similar to Russian law. And again, if you speak to Georgian or Kazakh or Kyrgyzstan, Uzbek experts, they would say that it's not that Russia directly, threatened or forced for these countries to adopt these laws. It's not that Russia forced that. It's mostly coming from domestically, from MPs, from incumbents who see that law as effective and in countering NGOs operating in their respective countries. And then there is always hope for intelligence services and security services from Russia in Georgia and Central Asian countries. Both Georgia and Kazakhstan, and also other countries in both regions, they help Russia evade sanctions. And it's so the states, the government themselves, participate in helping Russia evade sanctions. There is documented research about how they do it. They repress protests, so Georgia represses protests with the help of some Chinese imported technology now in Georgia, and in Kazakhstan, the government silences critique of treatment of Turkic minorities in China. This is another graph, just bear with me here. It measures I want to show you how, for instance, Chinese media looks at SCO in Kyrgyzstan. This is in Kyrgyzstan in positive way. So again, on the right side, it's a positive coverage. And so does Kyrgyzstan see it. So domestic media sees it as positive in a positive way. Then Chinese look at media at Hikvision, so the provider of surveillance technologies in a positive way, and so does Kyrgyz media sees it in a very positive way. This is Russian activities, so Russia sees it in a slightly negative way, the operations by CSTO, but that's because Russia in general tends to cover itself in a negative way as something kind of against the West, kind of based on grievances. Seeing it as being a victim of, EU or West and NATO. And then there is a slightly more positive coverage in Kyrgyzstan of CSTO. And then Rostec is negative, but here Rostec in Kyrgyzstan is covered more positive way. So even when Russia, and we see it again around the world, that Russia tends to be really negative of its own because it uses a lot of negativity in its coverage, but then countries that receive Russian services, they then covered Russian involvement in a more positive way. The resistance to illiberalism comes mostly from, of course, from societies. There's ongoing protests in Georgia. There's a decolonial awakening in Kazakhstan that pushes against the Russification of Kazakh society, and it's really dynamic conversations and processes in Kazakhstan and across Central Asia. There is growth of grassroots media and podcast projects in Kazakhstan. There's obviously in Georgia wide support for Ukraine, wide support for EU and NATO membership, despite what the government imposes. But again, in conclusion, I want to say that yes, the rise of illiberalism and growth of China and Russian influence as separate. So there is a domestic rise of liberalism, and then there is a growth of Russia and China influence. And Russia very often acts against the West. So Russia wants to actively replace the West through, for instance, foreign agents law, right? So it's specifically directed against Western-funded NGOs and media and civil society. Whereas China does not do that. China doesn't want to necessarily ban Western influence, but it does despite the West. So let's say Western governments would come to Central Asia and South Caucasus and promote, let's say, police reform, but then China still will offer a different pathway to policing society through surveillance technology. So it's kind of it offers something different from the West without necessarily having to displace or act against the West. And then appeal for illiberal politics is mostly among governments. There's some among societies as well. And here we talked about susceptibility to information. That's a huge topic. Also, of course, across Central Asia and South Caucasus, if you take pandemic, Russian war in Ukraine, or any number of issues. And now with the retreat of the United States, of course, there's less competition because the field has been freed with the retreat of USAID, RFERL, and many other good governance programs. That's it from me. Thank you.
Thanks, Erica. I just, over lunch, one of my students was telling me that the Carleton University residence halls are now employing a Chinese company to take pictures of students' trash when they finish their meals to make sure that they're not throwing away too much food. And this picture goes through a Chinese company, and then who knows where after that. So I think leveraging maybe is a very good way of putting the Chinese involvement in Canada as well. So our next speaker, also online, who wishes she could be here, is Natia Chankvatadze, who is a peacebuilding scholar practitioner and the director of the Davis Center's program on Georgian Studies at Harvard University. Her research focuses on everyday peace, conflict transformation, and conflict memories. She co-authored Women During and After the War and a handbook on peace and conflict studies in Georgia. Prior to her current role, she was a visiting fellow at the Davis Center and a non-resident scholar at the Middle East Institute's Black Sea program. So, Natia, please.
Thank you so much, Jeff, for the introduction and for inviting me to the conference. I'm really sorry I'm not there. I really wanted to come. My passport never arrived. I actually got an email yesterday that it was sent yesterday. I should be getting it today. So this is a very, very sad case. But also, to be honest, like what's happening here in the US, people on visas are like very discouraged to travel, and that's a very, very unfortunate and very unfair reality. I also want to repeat what Rika was saying. What I will speak today is based on my own research, also the including the PhD project, and it's not. I'm not speaking as a program director, or it does not reflect the thoughts or positions of the center or the Harvard University. And I have few slides and I'm trying to share them.
Yes, we see it.
I will speak I will speak very briefly. Again, it's a few slides I have, and I wanted to speak about three interconnected points. And I was very grateful to hear what Magdalena spoke, and also Erica, because there are a couple of points that I wanted to make that we already mentioned. And also to Magdalena's point, I actually have a question to her about one of the points that she made. I will be speaking about very briefly the context of Georgia's conflicts and peace practice. Then the second point I want to make is about what's happening right now in the breakaway regions, and I'm talking about basically last year. and in Georgia proper, as we call it. And then the third really tied back to the peace-building practice, peace-building policy, not only on the local level in Georgia, but also what's happening globally. And here I do have more questions than answers necessarily. So in terms of Georgia's discussing conflicts in Georgia, when I was working on my dissertation, I approached them as a protracted conflict. However, in my dissertation, I had a group that I did a collaborative research, which meant that I worked with the peace-building practitioners on the ground for 2 years, but I did conduct interviews with experts and analysts who would not position themselves as peace-building practitioners at all, but they are the security experts, they are foreign policy experts, historians, activists, and I also tried to understand how they would characterize conflicts in Georgia. And I could hear that they do not approach them as a frozen conflict or as a protracted conflict even. There was this idea of these conflicts are stagnant, deferred, blocked, and most interestingly, and that was kind of like across these different groups, these are the conflicts with the frozen solutions. And then in my own research, I still approach them as a protracted conflicts, and I'm also trying to discuss the factors that contribute to the protraction. And you see some of those here on this slide. That are, for example, some of them connect to the very local dynamics, what's happening between the Georgian Abkhazian and Georgian South Ossetian relations, but some of them also really they connect to the Russia and the Russia's participation, involvement in all of this. And then we have this Georgia-Russia conflict, which is, for some scholars, this is a meta conflict, but for others, and I'm probably among them, where I try to see this separate kind of development between Georgia and Russia. However, the past year and what's happening in Georgia-Russia relationships right now, it's very, very concerning. Erika mentioned about the apology that was mentioned by Ivanishvili, that the apology was actually meant for the South Ossetians. So he specifically mentioned that the Georgians should we will find a power in ourselves to apologize to South Ossetians. But however, if we discuss and 2008 war is considered to be a Georgia-Russia war, then yeah, this apology is also quite largely goes to Russians too. In terms of peace policy and practice, the really threshold point for us, especially for those people who work in this field from academia or practice, is really 2008 war. Where you see the state level involvement, civil society involvement, international engagement drastically changes, and what was before 2008, we do not have a post 2008. And probably what we are discussing right now in our small networks in Georgia among people who work on conflicts is what is going to happen and what is happening now after this 1 year when the government takes quite strong authoritarian practices and decisions. And one of the points I want to mention here is that in Georgia and probably in the region as well, in the South Caucasus, even though sometimes my Armenian and Azerbaijani colleagues, when we discuss, they conclude that what's happening in Georgia is slightly different than in Armenia and Azerbaijan. We did have this change of terminologies that also reflected change in approaches, at least from the civil society practice, like a perspective, not necessarily the state. From conflict resolution to transformation, reconciliation was always there, and quite late concept for us is a peace building concept. So what I want to talk, the second point here is what's happening in Georgia proper, what's happening in the breakaway regions, and how all of this is connected to the kind of future of peace building, if we can project it at all. So the last year of Georgia, and here Erika mentioned there was a slide about the resistance. It can be characterized as a protest year, 2024. There was the foreign agent law, 2024 April, May. Then there was the pre-election sort of like a crisis situation, then post-election. However, what was the major protest in Georgia was end of November, when Prime Minister said that the government was postponing the European Union integration process. However, that protest really became a resistance, and there was also mentioned in that way in Erica's slide, and I appreciated that because this really became a resistance in Georgia. And here you see one of the platforms, which is a Protest 24. Today, the 21st of March, is a 114 day, and you see all of the lists of different types of protests going on, not only in the capital, but in different places, different towns and cities of Georgia. And in all of these past few months, what we see the anti-Western discourse in Georgian government, but we also see quite pro-authoritarian, not only discourses, but practices. And there are few evidence of that. There is the legislation that are changing, that legislation is changing day by day. There is a very clear example what is happening in judiciary, in court system, in particular how court approaches the cases of the people who are detained during the protest, including the case of a Georgian journalist Zia Malabeli, who is also in prison, and other people who are detained during the protest in Georgia. And that's also very interesting what's happening in Eurasia, in South Ossetia during this last year, I would say, or year and maybe even after the war in full-scale invasion of Ukraine. So there is the one point I want to make here, which is many scholars and practitioners who worked on Georgia's conflicts for a long time argued that these two regions have quite different approach to Russia, to Georgia proper, and that was also confirmed with facts many times, including, for example, from 2015-14, when both regions signed the agreements with the Russian Federation. Abkhazians insisted on the aspect of sovereignty there. South Ossetia included the concept of integration, the term phrase of integration even in the document. The South Ossetia adopted the law on foreign agents. They titled it differently, but Abkhazians still resist. Even in the war, in the Ukraine war, how they engage, it's slightly different. I would not say that Abkhazian society does not support, or the political elite especially does not support the Russia's war in Ukraine. They do on a public level. But if you look at, for example, number of people who are who went to the war on Russia's side, you see the difference. South Ossetia being a really small society, 32,000, 100,000 people. You have over 1,000 people already went to this war. Up to 60 people were killed, and that's kind of more topic for them. While the Abkhazian society has a bit of different approach there, and it's also very last months, and I would say maybe last 3-4 months from November, there is still again this protest in Sukhumi was against this investment agreement that was supposed to be that eventually was signed between Abkhazian de facto minister and the Russian representative. However, right now there is a new de facto president in Sukhumi, and for many he's continuing the politics of the previous president who stepped down because of the protest. And these last few weeks, quite important, quite interesting things happened. We have the first Abkhazian journalist who is declared as a foreign agent by Russia, and we have that you see there also a few politicians who oppose this investment agreement, who were their Russian citizenships were revoked. So this is a really a deeply troubling these relations are always troubling. The photo here is why I want to bring this photo is this shows this South Ossetian sort of this administrative boundary line with the Georgia proper, where you see this so-called borderization going on, and these are the villages that are affected by the South Ossetian very, very affected daily. So there was the higher violence rate there. There was usually detentions. It continues until now, but for like a few people in 2024 even argued that the South Georgian South Ossetian at ABL, including this process of borderization, it somehow seems calmer. And I don't know how we could explain. Maybe we can discuss why this is the case, but that's the sort of fact. The fact that is happening there. Is it connected to the positions of the Georgian government, statements they are making, maybe? And very last point here is how these the conflicts, the ways we try to address them, this what's happening in peace building policy and practice, and what is the future of the field. And this is really local problems now connecting to the global problems, because the figure here or the graph, this is also from my own research, when in Georgia's context, peace building is very much connected to the ethnopolitical dimension of the work and the understanding that whatever we do in relation to the Abkhazians and South Ossetians, that's what peace building is. However, there is a bigger picture of peace building that the society needs to see, and that involves really geopolitics, what's happening in the region, what's happening in Black Sea, what's happening in the South Caucasus, and also really civic dimension of this. And I do see that right now in Georgia, where I see the people participating in the resistance, really using this concept of peace and really connecting it to justice, and basically saying that if we do not have a justice in the society, we don't have a peace. And that is kind of countering the government's narrative about the peace and peace building that the Georgian government right now, and that has been their narrative for last 2 years, particularly, that we have a peace. This is a peaceful society. So, and their idea of peace is like really bombs are not falling down in any places of Georgia. While if I go back to the previous picture where we have this so-called borderization going, the country is really experiencing this silent war for all these years, and you cannot say that people live in peaceful conditions, especially to those adjacent regions. However, here, and I'm going to conclude here, is that there is a bigger question. And back to Erica's point when she was mentioning at the beginning what's happening in the U.S. This morning, I saw the picture of how the United States Institute of Peace is like the name of it is like taken down and destroyed. So we really are talking about what's going to happen to the field itself, speaking about the USAID and the other United States of Institute of Peace and other major programs disappearing. And these were the initiatives and the programs that we are supporting on the local level, civil society activities, civil society practices to work on peace building or peace related any type of efforts. And then the second question here is, what will other actors do? The question comes here back to Canada, Australia, European actors, if they will step in, if they fill the gap, or the local actors on the ground will find and what will be these new partnerships that we see. However, in a more bigger, also more important sense is to the field of peace building itself experiencing, to go back to the kind of the initial topics of conflict management, language and terminology, conflict disruption, addressing the conflicts. There is no conversations about transformations or like the peace building, which was assumed to be the latest things. And back to Georgia's context again, the last few conversations I've had in Tbilisi with my colleagues, they are talking about how to look at these. How to look at different topics right now concerning peace building and peace practice that is connected to the authoritarianism, that is connected to the hard security, and the other topics, because the world has changed, and we have to probably adapt. There is no other way. This is very briefly. I'm probably 1 minute over the time, and I'm sorry for that. I will stop here.
Thank you, Nadia. So we'll conclude an excellent speakers list with Ed Schatz. Ed is the director for the Center for European and Eurasian Studies and a professor of political science at the University of Toronto. His books include Seeing China's Belt and Road last year with Oxford, co-editor with Rachel Silvey, as well as Slow Anti-Americanism. Maybe you were presaging it, the kind of, we'll see what happens after that. 2021, Paradox of Power, co-edited with John Heathershaw. His monograph as well, Modern Clan Politics, The Power of Blood in Kazakhstan and Washington, Kazakhstan and Beyond. That was his first project. He's spread out much after that, so welcome, Ed.
Thanks so much. I have two choices. Either I can see this or I can see you. So I'm going to go with I see my notes. So if I look like I'm sort of glancing out into empty space, it's because that's what it looked like to me. All right, excellent. So I'm going to talk about China's Belt and Road, and it's first of all, it's a real pleasure to be here in this audience of practitioners and academics and students and members of the general public, because I think it's an opportunity to talk about things in ways and in registers that we don't necessarily in the academy have the opportunity to do. So I really appreciate it, and thanks for inviting me. I also appreciate being on this panel because a lot of what has been discussed, I think, on some level of abstraction is going to dovetail with what I have to offer, and particularly Erica's presentation on illiberal service provision. That's brilliantly put, and I think that I can't wait for that book to come out. So I want to make 3 points about China's Belt and Road. First, we should say what China's Belt and Road is. I think Erica mentioned it briefly. The font changed. Well, that's exciting. So what is China's Belt and Road? This is a key part of China's sort of going out geopolitical, geoeconomic strategy. Many of you will know it's over $1 trillion US in infrastructure, financing, and investment in infrastructure projects. Started in 2013 under a different name. Went through some evolution, but tons and tons of money has already been spent. It's a little hard to figure out how much. That's going to be part of the story here when we get as we move along. There's terrific variety in the way that BRI projects play themselves out over space. There are more than 100 countries that have BRI-related projects, and they span, as we'll see, a terrific range of issue areas, right? And the model for financing and for being involved on the Chinese side varies from country to country. So there's terrific variety. China's, changing as all countries are, and China experienced, a slowdown economically post-COVID or during the tail end of COVID. And of course, the recovery seems to be happening apace, but nonetheless, this has translated into some changes in how the BRI is conducted. It's a little too early to tell. But there's a little less attention rhetorically paid to the BRI as a sort of a global brand or a global project. But the funding dipped in 2021, 22, but seems to have more or less recovered. They've moved from larger scale projects to what they call small but beautiful projects. So instead of, in the order of $1 billion at the high end for projects, now we're talking about an average of $300 million, okay? And this is a sort of a nimbler, I guess, approach to investment, maybe a little bit of hedging against some of the turbulence in the global political economy, even before Trump, and here we are with Trump. What are the 3 arguments? The 3 arguments are that, first, that the BRI is, in fact, unprecedented in its scope and its potential for global transformation. The transformations we might expect are not necessarily the ones that are designed, however, and that's going to be a key point here. Transformations potentially in geopolitics and geoeconomics, in the aid industry, but what Rachel and I in our recent book are more concerned with the downstream transformations to polities and societies across the globe. It's potential, but we're beginning to see some patterns emerging there. The outcomes, this is the second argument, is that we can't know in advance what the outcomes will be. There's an inherent unpredictability to this if we're talking about the political and social consequences downstream. But we can talk about a framework that might be able to position ourselves to make sense of it. And the third thing is to say that in Central Asia in particular, the impact has already been notable. It's been huge in some places, but the die is not cast. Outcomes are uncertain, and they are dependent upon choices made by myriad downstream actors. And I'm really glad that Erica, among other things, emphasized the demand side of the equation, because that's something that we typically ignore. Demand, of course, is a variable, not a constant, and that again will be, I think, important to take stock of as we go forward. Here's a sense of the scope. The scope here, now I need my other glasses. The scope we're talking about is in 2014, about $10 billion spent in Central Asia. It dips rather precipitously, and then there's some variation, and then recovery in 2024, just under $6 billion total. These are estimates by the China Global Investment Tracker. So much of this is shrouded in secrecy, and so there are a lot of interpretive judgments made here, but you get some sense of the scope that we're dealing with. Also important here is how far this money goes, right? Because we're talking about low labor costs, low production costs, basically $10 billion in the context, in many of the contexts, not all, where the BRI operates. That can go a long way, right, if we're talking about purchasing power. What are the projects involved? They vary a lot. This is not the best graph, but you get a sense. The yellow line is energy projects, taking the lion's share of the investment. And then there's a lot of variety. Transportation initiatives start to peak in 2019, 2020. Then there's a COVID dip. And then the recovery has been in energy, but also in sort of energy adjacent chemical industries, plastics and other kinds of huge investments in Kazakhstan, as some people in the room may know. They vary a lot. Some of the categorizations here are, you have to take with a huge grain of salt because, you know, the Samarkand tourism development is coded as entertainment, right? But the tourism industry is really not entertainment, but it's a bit hard to know how to categorize it. So take it with a grain of salt, but you can get a sense of some of the patterns. I'm going to skip this slide because the print's too small, but these are some of the key projects that are involved, and they are quite massive. They're not all finished. They are not all necessarily going to be finished. This is, again, going to be part of the story. But nonetheless, these are the projects that are undertaken. So how might we think about the BRI? Again, this is thinking that comes from an edited volume that Rachel, Sylvia, and I put together. And in that volume, we make two arguments via a framework. I should say that the chapter authors are working on any number of country contexts, from Switzerland to Laos to Nepal to Central Asia. And so we provided the sort of framework for trying to bring it all together. And we make two arguments. The first one is that while infrastructure, of course, is physical and material, China's role in underwriting, in paying the bill, basically, can be either hidden or revealed. It can be concealed or it can be announced, right? Does China, as a political matter, want to announce and trumpet? Does the local regime really want to be associated quite clearly with China? Or the opposite? Is it better to think of it as potentially a political liability? Okay, so a lot about the BRI is about the politics of sight, what is revealed, what's concealed. Just to take a couple of quick examples from the book, this is from a chapter by Galen Merton. There's no official map from the Chinese government, from the agencies involved in the BRI, of BRI projects. If you go online, you'll find tons of maps, none of them produced by the Chinese. Okay. And decision-making, really, on this score is generally shrouded in secrecy. Also, you know, the Chinese role can be somewhat concealed, right, or at least not revealed. So Lena Kaufman has a terrific chapter where she talks about Chinese companies in the IT sector in Switzerland, right, which most Swiss are not even aware of, and everyone more or less is happy to keep it that way. Okay. The light rail project in Astana, which some people in the room will know about, which was stalled and quite visibly stalled, and became a source of embarrassment, I think, to the Kazakh government and to perhaps to the Chinese underwriters. and was described locally as a monument to corruption, right? So that's actually what you got the picture of here. Quite visible and hard to ignore in a symbolic kind of sense. Now I think it might be finished or nearly finished, but the work has resumed and it's proceeding apace, precisely because the visibility of it becomes a political kind of issue. But that's not always how it plays itself out. There's another chapter by Jess DiCarlo about the Lao-China Railway, where everyone's very happy to cut ribbons and make a big deal out of this cooperation. And that has to do with differently structured bilateral relations between different countries and China. So the BRI's impact is, in fact, this is now the second argument, roads built, ports constructed, projects financed, the physical infrastructure, IT infrastructure, digital, Silk Road, and so on. But as important as that is the downstream impact. And of course, this is much harder to predict. It's harder to predict for us trying to do the predicting, the analysts on the outside. But I would say, and this is an important point, it's also hard to predict for those who are involved in in developing the projects in the first place, right? The architects of the projects don't really know how they're going to end up. They might know that a port will be built, but what will this do to Sri Lanka, right? And the Sri Lankan case is a sort of an interesting one there, where the local government came to be associated with corruption abetted by Chinese investment in the port there. So what we try to do in the book, and this is where I'll sort of begin to wind it up, we try to deal with both upstream and downstream change. The upstream change is what we sort of normally talk about. So on the left side of, the normal story when people discuss the BRI is it's sort of magically BRI priorities appear from the sky, right? They descend from the heavens, and then they produce financing choices, and then the actual eventual infrastructure that is built. And that's kind of where the story ends. And everyone goes, oh my God, wow, look at how much China is changing the world. And by the way, China is changing the world, so I'm not denying that. But the story is actually a longer one. And of course, the eventual outcomes we don't know yet. So let's start on the left end. Where do these priorities come from? They come from changing priorities of the Chinese Communist Party in the first place, and we know that those do change. But they also come from pre-existing bilateral relations, right? Whether you're Laos and you have had centuries of dense contact with Yunnan province in China, that's one thing, versus your Kazakhstan, where you've had at moments tense relations with China, at least during the Soviet period. And then you, of course, have a close and ongoing ties with Russia, not without its own dynamics and turbulence, but nonetheless, it's a newer sort of relationship when you're thinking about Kazakhstan. So these kinds of pre-existing relationships condition eventually where it goes. And then on the very back end, of course, I've mentioned the downstream consequences are hard to predict, but I would suggest that they are particularly important because, see what I did there? I got the arrow going back. So now, because they in turn, they turn around and recondition the bilateral relations among other kinds of things, right? So now, and China has not, now I'm citing another chapter author from our volume, Jeremy Paltiel, I think, is he here? Paltiel. Yeah, China scholar, who said an interesting thing, and I'll just repeat it without his permission, but I think it makes sense. He says, China is good at adapting, but it's not good at learning, right? So China will adapt its approach as much as it thinks it can without changing the fundamentals. And that could become a liability. If it sees reactions from local societies or local governments that aren't necessarily congenial to whatever the Chinese goals are, it's not necessarily good at adjusting in any kind of fundamental way, really learning from that kind of situation, adapting rather than learning. Okay, last couple of things. How does this begin to play itself out downstream? Let me say a bit about the Central Asian context. One of the things we know, and this is hard to get at in authoritarian context, but we do have the Central Asia Barometer, among other kinds of tools, to try to evaluate what's public opinion on China. And so this is, questions were asked about your opinion towards China, highly favorable, somewhat favorable, somewhat negative, or highly negative, okay? And so what we did was we lumped together the favorable side of the equation as a simplification, and you just get a sense of a little bit of the dynamics here. Again, with a grain of salt, because you're dealing with authoritarian context, but nonetheless, the change over time is, I think important here, particularly with Uzbekistan, which is the purple, you may not be able to tell, but the top left, and then it dips significantly from, above 90% favorable to China in 2018, down to in 2022, we're talking about below 40%. Again, the absolute numbers, take them with a grain of salt, but the change over time is really notable, especially in the context of an Uzbekistan that's proudly, and I emphasize proudly, charting its own course in a complex geopolitical and geoeconomic environment. And the question of corruption looms large here. We're in an authoritarian moment. I expect there's going to be more more movement in that particular direction. But that doesn't mean that there isn't a language that can animate protest that can become politically potent, right? It's the language, I think Natia mentioned, in the Georgian context, peace and justice, right? We're not calling for democratization, but we do want peace and we do want justice, right? In the Russian context, at least as long as Navalny was alive, we had anti-corruption, right? And I think the language of anti-corruption is a bit hard to kind of undercut if you're the regime. How can a regime be pro-corruption? You can be against democracy because the West has foisted that on us, but you're not pro-corruption, right? So there's a language that if these projects are ill carried out or perceived to be ill carried out, can lend itself to anti-corruption kind of protests. And whether they turn out to be anti-Chinese or whether they start to blame the local regime is anybody's guess. But we do, in the context of Kazakhstan, let me just mention this briefly. How am I doing for time? Should I? A couple minutes? Okay. In Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan, there have been public demonstrations about land leases to Chinese companies and about potential environmental impacts. The protests, I would suggest, highlight fears about economic dominance and the loss of sovereignty. In the Kazakh case, these go back to land protests in 2016 when there was a proposed reform to the land code, which would have allowed essentially for foreigners to buy land, and this became a fear of the Chinese buying land, and it led to protests starting in the western part of Kazakhstan, which has a prior history of these kinds of mobilizations and protests. But also there are protests against the regime. There's a wave of protests really starting in 2019, lasting into the presidency of current President Tokayev, which really don't have anything to do with China per se, but there is this language of corruption that I think dogs these regimes. And I don't think it goes away terribly easily. We could say similar things about Tajikistan, but I think I will just finish on that point. I guess I'll just conclude by saying, China's not an unstoppable juggernaut. It's clearly influential. It's an influence, I would suggest, that it will be influential is inevitable, but the outcome of that influence, I would suggest, is underdetermined. And key thing here, I don't see at the moment China mounting any successful effort to build trust across the region. We don't see that. We see Chinese efforts at building soft power. I don't think that they have any kind of they've achieved any kind of success across the Central Asian region. But I'll leave that detail for Q&A if anybody's interested. Thanks.
Great, thank you. We're out of time, but I would invite all of you to join us 15 minutes for coffee, and then we'll be back for our panel on the Arctic. Thank you.
Good afternoon. We know it's the last panel on a Friday afternoon, but the topic, it's so exciting that I'm sure it will keep us engaged. Thank you so much for staying for the whole day. I promise you a very good debate here. I mean, we've heard about the Arctic in the last few days quite a bit on the news, as the new Canadian Prime Minister has had a visit to Nunavut, and he talks about the increased military spending in the Arctic. So I think, you know, Arctic is back on the agenda, I would say. But I mean, we do have to look at how Canada is navigating this complex environment, given the geopolitical competition in the Arctic, given the increased military spending, the climate change impacts on navigational routes, but also resource exploration. So there are a number of factors that are extremely important to tackle. So for that, we have with us today 5 experts. So we'll change a bit the structure. It's more of a roundtable discussion rather than the structure panel that we've had before. And I'll just briefly introduce them right now in the order of speaking. And after each presenter will have about 10 to 12 minutes for introductory remarks. And after, I think we'll have plenty of time for open discussion. And I will start with the first speaker, Cordelia Buchanan-Poncek, who is a research fellow at the Finnish Institute of International Affairs and a Clarendon Scholar and doctoral candidate at the University of Oxford, where she's researching the political economy of multi-stakeholder extraction projects. And her area of expertise include political economy of energy policy and accompanying projects, including low-carbon projects and critical raw material and rare earth element extraction. We'll continue with our second speaker, Alexandre Dalziel, who is a senior fellow at the Macdonald-Laurier Institute. He had a number of positions with the Canadian federal government before taking on this position. And he also looks more at the Russian role in the Arctic. And we will continue with Chris Henderson, who is a retired senior executive with 37 years of military and public service. He recently served as Deputy Commissioner of Operations at the Canadian Coast Guard and previously as Assistant Deputy Minister of Public Affairs at the Department of National Defense. We'll continue here on my right after with Winnie Lackenbauer, who is Canada Research Chair in the study of the Canadian North and a professor in the School of the Study of Canada at Trent University in Peterborough. He is also the lead of MINDS Network, the North American and Arctic Defense and Security Network. And we'll end our round discussion with Jennifer Spence, who is the director of the Arctic Initiative at Harvard Kennedy School's Belfer Center. And her expertise span sustainable development, international governance, and Arctic policy. And I have to say that Jennifer is an alumni of Carleton from the School of Public Policy. So with that, please, Cordelia, we'll start with you.
Sure. Would you like me at the podium or at the table?
Whatever feels better for you.
I'm more of a table person if I can, since it's going to be more of a roundtable discussion. So, hello everybody. Again, thank you for inviting me, and thank you for staying till the end of the day. Our conversation is going to be both hot and cold. I was introduced as being at the Finnish Institute of International Affairs and the University of Oxford. I actually wear quite a few hats when it comes to the countries that I cover, and I'm going to try to speak to that today. I'm from the United States, and I've worked at actually the U.S. Institute of Peace, as well as the Center for European Policy Analysis. I split my time now between Finland and Poland, and I used to work at the Polish Institute of International Affairs. So part of the conversation that I'm going to open today is the way that different countries and different stakeholders see the Arctic and see Arctic security. And that includes both countries that are within the Arctic space and countries like Poland, which are not inside of the Arctic space, but that certainly see that they have an interest in how this space is developing. And I think others will speak to countries like China, for example, that also sees itself as near Arctic and therefore having certain interests within the Arctic space, and how this affects the discourse and then actions that are taken by the stakeholders. Okay, so I've used the word stakeholders a lot in the opening comments. What is a stakeholder when it comes to the Arctic? I've mentioned governments, certainly. Local population, that can be indigenous peoples that live within the Arctic, that can be citizens that are not indigenous peoples, or citizens from the country that are in the Arctic. That can also be citizens of places not in the Arctic. Certainly, as we're seeing accelerated melt in the Arctic and accelerated climate change, people in areas far, far away from the Arctic space are experiencing the effects of that change. NGOs could be considered stakeholders. Private companies could be considered stakeholders, as well as international organizations like the OECD. Certainly, the European Union, a supranational organization, would see itself as a stakeholder in the Arctic. So, how do these stakeholders see the word security? And I would say that there are a couple different definitions of security that we're going to look at today. The first is military security, which is obvious. I mean, certainly since Russia invaded Ukraine, we have seen an uptick in the discussion of security around the Arctic space. This has been increased, no doubt, because of Finland's and Sweden's membership in NATO. So military security would be one such definition. Then I would turn to environmental and climate security. And I personally would make a distinction between the two. There is environmental security, protection of ecology, and then there's climate security, which is the protracted effects of climate change in this region and then beyond this region. And certainly, something like climate security then relates to commercial interests, because more melt in the Arctic means longer periods when commercial activity can take place, and it means more shipping lanes are open for commerce. This then leads us to economic security and security of supply. And again, I would break this down into two parts. On economic security, you both have shipping security, so you can ship resources like oil, for example, through the shipping routes that are open in the Arctic. And the more melt occurs, the more new resources are available, something like critical raw materials and rare earth elements. And plenty of people are interested in getting access to these products. That also changes the access to ports, for example, and it heightens the activity on trying to secure these logistics routes. Then I would turn to human development and political security. As I mentioned, plenty of people actually live in these areas. Their livelihood is being impacted by what's going on, whether that's a commercial pursuit, a mining venture, or whether that's a fear for their borders or a fear that they are no longer secure. And this is a very important part of the conversation. The final one, I would say, is legal and regulatory security. There is increasing uncertainty, I would argue, over who gets to arbitrate and where that arbitration is coming from. This is because of all the different stakeholders that I've mentioned and all the different aspects of security that are at stake. Then I would say that Arctic governance is in a flux. Where do we turn? Certainly, many would argue that the Arctic Council remains the core governance platform, but it hasn't functioned as it's supposed to since Russia's suspension after it invaded Ukraine. In parallel, we have something like the Warsaw format, which has emerged, which is where Arctic observer states, like Poland, like China, like the European Union, gather and discuss Arctic issues. Now, this doesn't have the same legally binding mechanisms as the Arctic Council does. And though it originally started as a place for scientific research, increasingly it has moved towards foreign policy research. What else could we think of? I mean, certainly coalitions of the willing, commercial ventures, maybe scientific research. There are so many opportunities, so many places for governance, that right now I think this question will rattle around in the panel today and be something quite important to respond to. Then I would like to give two specific examples of what I cover. The first is thematic, and then the second is these countries. So from a geoeconomic perspective, I just wanted to briefly say that beyond the commercial routes, the Arctic is certainly a critical frontier for natural resources, the oil, the gas, the rare earths, and the transition materials. Everyone is fighting over this. Russia, China, Canada, the United States, the European Union, everybody wants this because it is so essential to development within their own national borders as well as global development. This means that the accompanying mechanisms like transport infrastructure, securing of trade routes, ICT infrastructure, and then the ports and terminals are absolutely vital. These are not hard security issues, but ultimately they are related to hard security because they often have to be protected by hard security or at least a reasonable threat of deterrence, especially as the situation continues to deteriorate today. Then some specific examples from the countries that I cover. Finland had an excellent overture with Canada and the United States last year to undertake the purchase of icebreakers. Currently, this is still going ahead between Finland and Canada, but we haven't seen where the United States has turned under Trump. For the United States, we have yet to see the Trump administration come out with a new Arctic policy, but we have seen incredibly divisive rhetoric over Greenland and over the treatment of other allies up to this point. Poland is hosting the Warsaw format. This is interesting because Poland, though it is a non-Arctic country, has taken the initiative to bring together these Arctic observer states. And finally, the European Union, as a group of countries, has worked to carve out a space for itself within the Arctic discussions and has worked to try to promote some of those security goals that I talked about at the outset. So I will now turn the conversation over to Alex, who I think will be able to unfold some of the points that I've talked about. And I guess as my closing point, I would say simply that there is a question about this governance structure, given all the areas of security, given all the stakeholders, and given what is at stake from a security perspective on how to take this forward. Thank you.
Cordelia has a lot of confidence in me, so hopefully I'll live up to that. Thank you to the organizers, to Krina and Ksenia and others who've pulled this together. And I'm very appreciative of the invite and to sit with such a great group of people at the same table. So I've been doing quite a bit of work looking at Russian grand strategy in the Arctic is the name of the project. And it does get to some of the points that Cordelia just introduced. Primarily, what I'm going to talk to you today is about two of the core economic elements of Russian economic development strategy in the Arctic. So this is the Northern Sea Route. If we have the map up, we do. The Northern Sea Route, which runs along the north coast between the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans, and then the Russian continental shelf in the Arctic. I've been looking at Russian source documents for this, primarily at the strategic documents that they issue. And the sources have extended not just to be the national security strategy, the foreign policy concept, the maritime doctrine, some of the headline ones, but also the transportation strategy, the development strategy for the Northern Sea Route, the minerals and energy resources strategy, to get a bit of a sense of how Russian leadership is portraying this. And I think it's fair to say up front, you know, we talk a lot about the Arctic, as Cordelia has mentioned, in light of natural resources, et cetera. Of course, extracting natural resources from the Arctic is actually quite costly and quite hard. And Arctic shipping is still a very difficult trade. So I'm going to expand on that a little bit. It's important to understand with the Russian documents, and I mean, this is definitely, you know, not just after February 2022, as the discussion I was having during the break. It's always crucial to remember 2014 is the beginning of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And I think, you know, the document suite I've looked at is basically extending from 2019 to 2024. And the national security lens is deeply embedded in all of those from the Russian perspective. And it's quite a wide lens, I think, reflecting trends in other countries that are seeing national security as more than just a matter for the military and the FSB, but also for Rosatom, you know, the Russian nuclear provider that runs their nuclear icebreaker fleet, and others. So I'll speak about both fairly quickly and some of the themes that have emerged for me in reading these documents. So when you look at what the Russians' leadership has to say about the Northern Sea Route, they really speak to it as a backbone for development in the Arctic and for its natural resource economy. It's fair to say that Russia is doubling down on its identity as a natural resource extractor and exporter. And the NSR is really, I think, the key piece in how they talk about the Arctic. So the Northern Sea Route in this is a few different things. Again, if you look at the map, the actual Northern Sea Route, here I'll stand up and yell, is technically in navigational terms, kind of from here to the Bering Strait. So this is called the Kara Gates, and it runs all along the coast here through a few of these spots and ends up there. In the Russian development strategy, though, you really have to speak of the entire frontage on the Arctic Ocean, so certainly the Northwest, as they call it, centered on Murmansk, Arkhangelsk. There's disproportionate importance to the Yamal Peninsula and Sabeta. For anyone who knows, this is where Russia sends natural gas, liquefied natural gas to the world. And even when you start talking about getting through the Bering Strait, it's very hard to not talk about the Russian Far East as part of the overall development strategy for the Northern Sea Route. So it's a few different things. The most easy and obvious is it's a shipping route. But I think unlike a lot of the conversations that are had in the West, it's primarily not, in fact, about transoceanic shipping. And the Russians will talk about it like it's transoceanic, and that's what I mean is from one end of the Northern Sea Route to the other, moving, say, between China and Europe. This is the transoceanic component, and that's there, and the Russian rhetoric plays it up. It's very important. But I would contend that from what I've seen so far is that actually it's less about the entirety of the route and it's more about parts of the route. It's more about getting commodities out of the Russian north to export markets abroad. And as we've seen with some of the sanctions drama around the LNG-2 plant in Yamal, it's about getting the equipment and services, et cetera, into the region so that the Russians can extract resources. So I think it's very important to understand this kind of different dimension. It can be called destinational shipping in industry terms or cabotage, et cetera. These parts are actually extremely important to the Russians and the strategy. So as mentioned, this is about getting resources out, and that speaks to the hinterland, and it actually means this is as much about rivers as it is about oceans. There's a lot of discussion about the Ob, the Yenisei, so you can see some of the Lena, different rivers that empty into the Arctic Ocean, and using these as pathways to go deeper into the Russian hinterland. As well, so then, this is also a access plan. So access, like I just mentioned, in terms of getting those resources, but it also is about getting to the places that are difficult to reach, trudnodostupne places in Russian. And this is, I think we're going to see, is a theme that will come up again in a couple of minutes about some of the Russian aims here are actually about interconnection as much as they are domestically as they are about international interconnection. So as mentioned, it's an infrastructure plan. So it's not just about the ships sailing, but all the things that you need to have on their ports, the cargo ships, et cetera. Crucially, icebreakers, with which the Northern Sea Route cannot really function. The Russian ambition is to have it as a year-round shipping route. That is only possible with icebreakers and only with, in many cases, the heaviest capability. There certainly are ice-free periods on it increasingly, but very unpredictable, as we saw this year when suddenly ice reappeared, particularly in the eastern reaches of the Northern Sea Route on fairly short notice and about a month earlier than expected. But again, this isn't just about maritime. It's riverine, as I mentioned, and it's also rail and roads. It's about, again, ways to connect the Far East into export ports, whether those be on the Far East, in Vladivostok and Sakhalin and Severodvinsk, or if this is going northwards to other spots. Roads and airports also feature. One observation I've had through looking at this is that climate mitigation is not something that gets a lot of treatment in these documents. Certainly, it is talked about in some of the, especially the ones that the environment is talked about pre-2022. But a lot of the, environmental discussion, to use Cordelia's kind of distinction, is about dealing with the contingencies and the externalities of exporting oil, the possibility of oil spills, et cetera. So what else is the NSR? So the NSR is also a plan for presence and control. And we see this in the language that talks about the establishment of mineral and natural and energy resource centers. We can maybe flip to the next slide. There's some key terminology that the Russians will use. Again, the font change is always fascinating. So we see a couple of the terms that the Russians use there, and one is this mineralna syrevia centri. So mineral and energy resource centers, I think, is the best translation of that. And these aren't just places that are extracting mines and oil, et cetera. They're also places where the FSB, mostly in the form of the Coast Guard, but as we've seen in some recent reporting regarding Sabetta and LNG exports, the FSB present of the domestic or the land FSB is also quite strong. The Federal Security Bureau, for those who don't know, the major security service. Also for the National Guard, which is kind of the voluntary paramilitary force that Putin has established. Military, unsurprisingly, and dual-use ideas, as well as the presence of the emergency ministry, various meteorological, scientific centers, etc. All ways that the Russian center can to reinforce its presence on its Arctic periphery. We see this even in discussions about infrastructure, building warehouses. The Russian state has a disproportionate role, owning many of the key bits, and we see this tension throughout Russian economic development strategy in the Arctic, the desire to control, but also the realization that they need information from the outside. So that's kind of a whirlwind through the northern sea route. I'll speak just briefly about the continental shelf and the seabed. This was one of the things I was quite interested to look at, because we've seen different comments from the Russian Admiralty and others about issues like seabed mining, some of the really cutting-edge frontiers of resource extraction. And what's interesting when you read the documents is that it's basically formulaic in them to talk about the territory of the Russian Federation and its continental shelf when they're talking about mining and energy extraction. And if we go back again to the map, you'll actually see Russia's Arctic continental shelf is quite large. Compared to the other Arctic countries, it's the widest. And as some of you will know, Russia is also in the process, as is Canada and the Kingdom of Denmark and others, to talk about the extended continental shelf. So elements of the continental shelf that stretch farther into the Arctic Ocean, which would actually give you jurisdiction over the floor and the subsoil of that. So the focus on the continental is quite large. It's also reflected even in shipbuilding strategy, which talks about building of ships, plus the development of continental shelf technologies. And it's part of a theme that the Russians have of expanding the strategic resource space. The idea that terrestrial resources won't be enough, and that they have to do a couple of things. Again, getting at hard to access resources, trudno izvlekayami resources, depleted wells, etc., but also this extension to the continental shelf and in elements to international waters, where that's where the deep sea mining primarily comes up. This is actually not so much in the Arctic, described as in the Arctic yet, but more in the Pacific and the Atlantic. But Russia is at the forefront of pushing the seabed mining concept, and is certainly doing a lot of the geological work to raise what it calls its knowledge base of the Arctic. Izuchinist of that is the Russian term, so understanding more about it. Some of this is being done jointly with the Chinese in some cases, interestingly. Right now that looks more like geophysics research, but of course they're learning much about the deeper waters of the Arctic Ocean. Perhaps I'll just add a couple more things. Good, we're doing the last little bit. So when you look at the Russian strategy, it's still very much about oil and gas on the continental shelf. Now, the Russian documents recognize that oil exports likely are diminishing industry over time. It's a very strong bet on liquefied natural gas to make up the difference, and this idea of other seabed mining resources, which when you look at the Arctic, in terms of the information I've been able to find, is actually pretty coastal, in some cases literally in water that's 20 meters deep or 10 meters deep. But this idea, and this plays in, I think, to a number of rhetorical things that make the Russian state, the Putinist regime, look like it has a plan, first off, to convince Russians who hold a very, sense that the North is a frontier, that they, that speaks to their country's role in the world. But some of these will come into effect somehow. Their major problems right now are foreign direct investment and what I would call the foreign deficit of innovation, because there's a lot of pressure to come up with innovative technologies that had previously relied on primarily the West to find, as well as the possibility that China, which has strengthened its cold weather and deep water expertise, can play a role there. So I'm happy to come back. At the end of the day, I think you have to look at, I've been, interested in reading some of the literature about limited access states, the sorts of elite structures that we have. A lot of the Russian elite makes a lot of money out of Arctic exploitation. And does this actually show a kind of a sense of marginal returns, that you have a aging elite that still thinks oil and gas is really the only political play, and, is talking about other aspects of Arctic development as in some ways a way to further the strength of its national presence in the North. Thank you.
Do I need to turn the microphone on, or does it go on automatically? Can you hear me? Am I using the microphone?
We have people online.
Okay, good. Yeah, it needs to be on. Okay. All right, hopefully it's working. I can't, oh yeah, I can hear it now, yeah. Thanks very much, Karina, for the invitation, and to Minds for making this possible. I'm very, very happy to be here this afternoon, and in great company. I'd firstly want to foot stomp Cordelia's definition of security, because it was one of the things that I was going to mention. Now I don't have to, so it can be a little bit shorter, but certainly the broad definition of security is really, really critical. But to come to the, bring us back to the other side of the Arctic Ocean for a few minutes from Alex, I'm looking at this from the perspective of the Government of Canada and how Canada is looking at the Arctic. Admittedly, my perspective is about a year old, because I've been retired from the Canadian Coast Guard for a year, but I was the Deputy Commissioner of Operations, so I had a bit to do with the way we structured our activities there, and was fairly close for a number of years into the national security apparatus, the Privy Council office, and how Foreign Affairs and D&D and the rest of it sort of was thinking about, or is thinking about, the Arctic. So hopefully it's still relevant. But in that broad definition of security, and in a Canadian context, I have to say that from looking at the Arctic security in Canada is maritime security in Canada. We are a maritime country. We may not think of it ourselves as a maritime country because most of the population is kind of away from the oceans, but essentially we are a maritime country and our economy depends upon it, upon shipping. And then because of what we all know about climate change dramatically changing the Arctic, the reality of the Arctic, access to shipping routes that Alex was talking about, and changing dynamics of shipping and the types of shipping that are going on, it really, that's where it becomes this real maritime focus. It is, I always refer to the tyranny of geography when I talk about the Arctic and trying to operate in the Arctic. It is an enormous space with almost no people in it, and in the Canadian context, right? So, think of a place about the size of Europe with the population of St. Catharines, Ontario, right? Like it is damnably hard to operate there and work there, and it's challenging. And you were referring to unpredictability in ice coverage. Well, that is also a reality of climate change. People ask, why are we buying icebreakers when all the ice is melting? And that is because the ice is becoming more and more difficult to understand and predict and operate in. It's obvious that there what used to be a domain of peaceful cooperation in the Arctic, and the Arctic Council was founded on ideas of peaceful cooperation, and it actually did not have security discussions in it. We are now faced with adversarial nations like Russia and China who are challenging what we understand as, and you hear talk about the international rules-based order, and they're quite aggressive in their Arctic activities, in a Canadian perspective when it comes to things like oil and gas and exploration of other terrestrial resources. One thing that hasn't been mentioned is fish. Look for the race for protein to move into the Arctic Ocean, notwithstanding the Central Arctic Ocean moratorium on fishing. but that's going to be happening. So the Arctic is moving away from being a region of peaceful cooperation to one of tension and potential conflict. And unfortunately, I recognize and agree that the invasion of Ukraine began in 2014, but certainly since 2022, Russia hasn't been part of the Arctic Council or the Arctic Coast Guard Forum, and that comes with, that's an obvious response, but there's some real downsides to that too in terms of loss of data and loss of understanding about what's happening in another, one whole half of the Arctic, right? We're losing our view on what's happening with things like emissions and methane and permafrost loss and that sort of thing. So where does that leave Canada? Frankly, I believe that it leaves Canada in a place where we are moving away from what we comfortably felt was a notion of soft power, an approach to Arctic issues that were based on soft power. And we're coming to realize that we're recognizing that we have a comparative advantage in the Arctic that makes it reasonable for us to think of Canada as filling space, defending the north and northwest flank of NATO. Okay, and this is my contention, and I'm seeing moves towards that in policy spaces in the government of Canada. It's going to take real substantial leadership and even more investment that's already being made in what is, quite bluntly put, the rearmament of the Canadian Armed Forces, and that's going to be submarines for the Navy, icebreakers for the Coast Guard, and a whole suite of other corresponding capabilities. The other part of my premise is I believe that Canada needs to do a much better job of integrating its instruments of national power. Instruments of national power are something that we are very uncomfortable talking about in Canada. We don't like to, with a soft power view, we don't like to think about hard power being force and military might and the ability to use it, or at least use it as a deterrent. And we are going to be forced, we are being forced into accepting that reality, which frankly is an element of statehood and is a maturity that I think every other country, maybe not every other country in the world, but most other countries in the world have long since believed in. In the maritime domain, there are two main instruments of national power in Canada. That's the Royal Canadian Navy and the Canadian Coast Guard. The Canadian Coast Guard is a civilian organization, and the Royal Canadian Navy is a military organization. And those two things are very, very different, which sounds like an obvious thing to say. But many people hear the words Coast Guard and they think, it's a guard. Where's the guard? But let's put the guard back in Coast Guard. But it's a very serious gap between what the Coast Guard is capable of doing and what it's actually doing. There's a huge potential there for the Coast Guard as a civilian instrument of national power to be much more closely integrated without losing its civilian nature, its fundamentally civilian nature, to be much more closely integrated in the national security of Canada. That can be done through surveillance, what we call maritime domain awareness, and we are fortunate to be in the recapitalization process through the national shipbuilding strategy of building a whole new fleet of icebreakers for the Canadian Coast Guard that we could load up with sensors, with radars, with electronic sensing signals intelligence, or all kinds of drones, underwater systems that could be used to be the eyes and ears in Arctic waters about what's going on. I won't bother talking about the machinery of government changes. If people are interested in the machinery of government and want to know,
please.
Okay, well, we might have a conversation about that within the panel. But there's lots of interest about that. People often say, wouldn't that be great, because then you can turn around and add the cost of the Coast Guard to Canada's bill for NATO's 2% spending of GDP. Yes and no. We could talk about that if people are interested. I think that the Coast Guard needs legislation because it's not actually founded in legislation, and that is a blessing and a curse. When you don't have legislation, or your minister is allowed to do things based on one section in the Oceans Act, on a day-to-day basis, it's remarkable what you can get away with in terms of flexibility. But when it comes to going to the Treasury to ask for money to do things, the bean counters and the policy wonks look at you and go, show me where it says you do X, Y, and Z. And then you kind of go, oops, and then it's hard to get the resources that you need to do your job. Last point. It's funny when you sit down in your dark basement at night and you write your notes out and you think, oh, this can't be much more than about 30 seconds, right? Of course, it takes maybe 3 or 4 minutes to read it. It takes a lot longer to say it. The last point that I wanted to make is that the Coast Guard is blessed with really remarkable relationships with Coast Guards from other countries, and in particular, Nordic countries. And I contend that the Coast Guard and the Government of Canada and the Royal Canadian Navy would really do well to double or triple down on the relationships that we have with Norway, with Finland, with Denmark, and, dare I say it, with the United States of America. The reality, of course, is that when all the dust settles, we're still going to be next door neighbors. And so we've got to find a way to navigate this carefully, have strategic patience and resilience, and the relationship between the Canadian Coast Guard and the United States Coast Guard is a hallmark. It's an exemplar of how two professional marine organizations can and should cooperate to enormous effect. And if Canadian policymakers want to take a look at this, there is huge potential for Canada, again, the Coast Guard and the Navy together, to fill a space that the United States can't fill in the Arctic. It's weird, but they cannot do the job they need to do because they have 1.5 icebreakers, right? Which I can explain if people are interested. And they need us to take up a bigger share of the burden of defending the continent. So, thank you.
You will speak about patience?
Testing. Great. Yeah, nothing to say because Chris covered it all. That I think I just want to amplify everything he just said. No, great conversation. Thank you to the Minds program. Thanks you to the EETN for hosting this important dialogue on a topic that's very much in the public sphere these days, and continue to reflect on how Canada in particular is navigating this complex environment. And perhaps weigh in with a few points that may be kind of scattered in critically analyzing or really doing some deep dives and stress testing some of the fundamental maxims or points that we kind of accept in the Canadian public discourse. So our North Strong and Free, April 2024 Defence Policy Update says that the most important and urgent task for the Canadian Armed Forces is asserting Canadian sovereignty in the Arctic and northern regions. So we live in a dangerous world. Heightened geopolitical competition, existential threat posed by climate change, transformative technologies threatening us day to day. So the most important and urgent task in the entire world for the Canadian Armed Forces, the instrument that we give a lethal mandate to inflict force and kill people, is Canadian sovereignty in the Arctic. Now, I'll confess, I spent 20 plus years of my professional career working on Arctic sovereignty and security, articulating why the military's footprint in the Arctic should expand. You're not going to accuse me easily of being a dove or suggesting we don't need a defense footprint or take national defense and security seriously. And I agree, ultimately, at the end of the day, sovereignty is paramount for us as a state. But do military threats make sovereignty in the Canadian Arctic, particularly conventional kinetic military threats, the most urgent task? So first of all, let's think about sovereignty. What mind space does sovereignty encourage us to be within? Thinking about territorial integrity through a defense lens, defending lines on a map. It's also an inward-looking lens that has us suggest, because the word was not Arctic security, right? Our defense policy said it's sovereignty. So we're defending within, protecting, Canada first kind of mentality, right? What's the role of the Canadian Armed Forces in sovereignty? this gets tethered to presence. Does having, and I'll get back to this in a bit, does having a military base in Iqaluit, which already has how many Canadians, Jen? No, say 9,000 Canadians living there? Does it become more Canadian if we add, say, 3,000 or 4,000 Canadian Armed Forces personnel, or 3,000 or 4,000 more Canadian Coast Guard personnel? So we have a presence. I'm not antagonistic to a military presence. I think that's healthy. But for what purpose? And are we refining our thinking, our analysts commenting, sophisticated and coherent in how we're articulating a purpose or a need for an expanded military presence? So a few ideas. I'm going to suggest that, as you've heard about in previous panels that I wasn't here for, but I apologize for that, it wasn't out of lack of interest, is that if we think about the short-term kinetic military environment, it's actually technology that's driving the heightened risk to North America, therefore, by definition, to Canada, therefore, by definition, to the Canadian Arctic. Most of the strategic documents suggest that it's climate change that is first in the order of priority of why Arctic security is more precarious. I am not a denier of climate change. I live it every single day. I just came back from 3.5 weeks deployed on Operation Nunalivut in northern NWT and northern Yukon. We lived climate change in terms of what we were experiencing on the ground in a tactical and operational sense. But what is driving the hard security agenda in the Arctic? And here's where I think it's geostrategic competition and advanced delivery systems that would deliver ordnance, nuclear, conventional, whatever it may be, through or over the Canadian Arctic to strike at targets outside of the region. Why do I say this? This is different than threats to the Arctic and in the Arctic, which I'm going to get to in a moment. So we talk all the time about accessibility. Cordelia launched it as sort of the opening point, that the reason we need to be worried is because the Arctic is becoming more accessible. When will it become more accessible in the sense that military threats are manifesting? In what domains does this relate directly to climate change? So I agree with comments, Alex, Chris, suggesting that when we're talking about this, we're often associating with the maritime domain. Appropriate, from a Coast Guard lens or a Royal Canadian Navy lens. But I say yes, okay, so ice melt means for surface vessels seeking to encroach on Canadian waters, the decline of the cryosphere may open up, ironically in Canadian waters last, newly accessible areas at certain parts of the year, but the precarity does not disappear short term or medium term. It's uncertainty, okay. But wait, look through our North Strong and Free. The Arctic is more accessible. It's a mantra. Is it more accessible in the air domain? Is it more accessible in terms of the space domain? Or the undersea domains? Or the cyber domain? What's the correlation between drivers that we're pairing up, like, say, climate change and accessibility, with increased military risk? The other piece is we talk tyrannies of geography. Great, because geography still matters. Sometimes messaging, I think, somehow that we've transcended geography with the speed of delivery systems that go faster than ever before and so on. It still matters. And geography is not just physical geography, it's also human geography. So it's important in the context of today's discussion, we also really ponder, contrast, compare the Canadian Arctic and the European High North. And that a lot of what we associate with the Canadian Arctic and operational constraints don't always apply singularly. Chris, how often were you able to get a Canadian Coast Guard vessel into an ice-free Arctic port in Canada between the November to May timeframe?
That's a math question.
Yeah. Zero, right?
It's also the definition of zero.
Yeah, the definition of zero. Longyearbyen on Svalbard, one of those high Arctic islands, part of Norway, right? Longyearbyen. How many days of the year can you get a ship into Longyearbyen with open water? 365. A leap year, you get an extra one, right? These are open water ports. So are we actually bringing the right level of fidelity into how we're talking about the Arctic versus specific parts of the Arctic, and also thinking about different kinetic environments? Talk in some, in my mind, incredibly unsophisticated and undisciplined media thinking that, yeah, what happened in Ukraine means we're susceptible to a land invasion, give your head a shake and look at a map, right? This is not going to happen. All of this should also be informing geography, physical geography, our basing options, and thinking about what it means to be increasing our year-round, permanent, sustained presence in the Arctic. What is it for? Is it to deter and defeat threats in our Arctic or to our Arctic? Does it make sense for us to have a defense posture and basing presence like the Americans do in Alaska or the Russians have in their Arctic, right? Because if they have it, we need to have it. Why do the Alaskans have so many forces in Alaska, more forces in Alaska than we have in the entire Canadian Armed Forces? Why do they have a lot of assets based there that actually belong to their Indo-Pacific Command, even though they're based in their Northern Command? Most of those forces are not daggers pointed at the heart of Siberia. They're directed to the Indo-Pacific, the South China Sea. Look at a map. The U.S. Arctic includes the Arctic Aleutian Islands, and the Bering Sea. When a Chinese and Russian Coast Guard or naval task force passes into the American Arctic, they're at about the same latitude as Esquimalt and no further north than Prince Rupert. We need to really critically analyze our maps, and it makes sense from the U.S. to have those basing options because of where they would want to project their force elsewhere in the world. But are we falsely correlating or compressing this in with Arctic dynamics? And more importantly, I would ask, how are Canadian capabilities bolstering deterrence and defense in the European Arctic and the European High North? What kinds of forces and platforms are we developing or procuring that are serving our allies? And is that best served by offering training in above tree line contexts at places like Canadian Armed Forces Arctic Training Center in Resolute? Or from a European context, does it make more sense to be exercising in places like Inuvik and Tuktoyaktuk in taiga or tundra country and transition country like we just did over the last month, which more resembles parts of the European High North? Also, let's think about the diversity of the Canadian Arctic in physical terms, in human terms. And remember that human geographies are different depending on what part of the Arctic we're talking about. A Swedish scholar, Carina Keskitalo, wrote a beautiful piece years ago that upset me as a Canadian because she said what Canadians have essentially done is defined their Arctic and tried stridently over the last 25 years to export, 35 years you might even say, to the rest of the world, to try to convince the rest of the world that an Arctic is a very sparsely populated, predominantly indigenous, not particularly extractive, resource-intensive place in the world with limited transportation infrastructure. That applies to the Canadian Arctic, applies to the Greenland Arctic somewhat. Does it apply to the European Arctic? Does it apply to the Russian Arctic? We also should think about the need for a permanent presence in our Arctic, that we do have one in a military form. It's the Canadian Rangers, members of communities who are expected to know their homeland, to serve as the eyes, ears, and voice of the military in the North, and the eyes, ears, and voice of the North and the military. Distinctly, uniquely Canadian formulation to deal with our quite unique and privileged threat environment, at least until now. That this has been dropped in a lot of the rhetoric of the need to have a permanent presence. Why? Is it because when Northerners or Indigenous people serve in a differentiated form of service far above the national average, that's never good enough for those of us in Southern Canada? I mean, if we want to get cheeky about it, we're not celebrating this enough, yet we have the Alaskans and the Greenlanders and the Swedes looking at this as a model to bring into their parts of the Arctic, including Sapmi. So how do we go and associate this, and how do we look for options? And I'd say if we're looking for immediate term investments in money to enhance our training and support, provide it to the Canadian Rangers and get them more clerks to process their pay faster and more Ranger instructors to serve as the link with the military. Lastly, and I'm glad Chris covered this off, I think we need to shift the rhetoric from a fixation on sovereignty, not because it's a bad thing. I don't think sovereignty is really what's at risk right now. Yes, the Americans could do things and break laws in the Canadian Arctic. Sure, people break laws all the time. Canada doesn't cease to exist with a company with an internationally recognized right to control activities in its jurisdiction just because someone breaks the rules. Let's start thinking about the Arctic as a space in which we have the right to enforce our laws and regulations. Let's treat a lot of our responsibilities that are security as broad-based security issues rather than simply associating everything with national defense. And yes, I receive mines funding for the network that I lead and serve, NADSN. None of this is going to be offensive to DND or CAF people who are actually often struggling with being over-committed and over-positioned to take the full responsibility. What do we need in this country? A national security strategy that puts all the different security actors in their place, that clarifies mandates and connections, and that allows us to focus on enforcing our laws and our jurisdiction in a coherent and credible way. I won't get into humanitarian environmental response, how climate change is driving threats in the Arctic. It also consumes a lot of resources by the Canadian Armed Forces under Operation Lentis missions, so aid to the civil power missions in the Canadian North. We can talk about whether that should be vested as much in the military as a responsibility as it is right now. But at the end, I'm going to echo Chris's comments about integrating instruments of national power. We often talk about whole of government. We talk about whole of society. This is the way I think we need to approach the Arctic as this dynamic security environment. Broaden our aperture at the same time, and that doesn't mean that we don't invest in national defense. It means we invest in national defense, we invest in Arctic security more broadly, and we invest in human and environmental security. Over to you, Jen.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
I always love going after Whitney. It's like, my heart is racing. I don't know about anyone else. I'm going to take a slightly different bent on this. I feel like I also should say I'm a Canadian living in the States. I did make it across the border, but because I'm not worried about getting back, I can stay with family if I don't make it back across the border. So. I did not take Canadian-specific focus. More what I wanted to look at is sort of the question that was posed to us in terms of the navigating the new geopolitical risks. And interestingly, where Whitney ended is where I want to start, which is the rhetoric. I have this rule right now. I get a lot of calls from media from the most bizarre places. I'm talking to people in Brazil who are asking about the Arctic, and I make it a priority to talk to anybody who I can fit into my schedule, frankly, just because I want to know they're getting good information, because there is such poor information out there. I think there's a lot of rhetoric around the geopolitics. There's a lot of rhetoric around the economic development. There's a lot of that worries me about the dynamics and how they're being portrayed. And I think a region that is poorly understood, we risk very poor policy decision making. So I really appreciate all the presentations that have been given here today, because I think they give you a much more sophisticated understanding of the issues, which is so incredibly important, because I think one of our greatest risks in the Arctic context is actually that poor rhetoric and poor policy making, rather than geopolitical risks in particular. So I want to talk about sort of all of these has sort of been touched on, but I'm going to do it from a slightly different angle. In the Arctic, what are the geopolitical risks? What have we seen in a shift in the trends in geopolitical risks? And so with that comes this, and it's been alluded to, we had this period probably between, the early 1990s to what I would say 2014 with Russia's invasion of Crimea, which was really this sort of peace and cooperation era, which came out of the end of the Cold War. And what really was driven by this idea that, one of it was a peace-building exercise, but I would argue that it's also very much that what Chris referred to as, that we're all going to reference it, the tyranny of geography. You don't get stuff done in the Arctic on your own. You need to collaborate. You need cooperation, because these are giant spaces, very difficult spaces. And so this created the sort of effort to build the Arctic Council and other institutions, I would emphasize, although I am an Arctic Council geek. These are institutions that recognize the need to have collaboration in order to do good policy. So it built a community, a culture of multilateralism in the Arctic generally, and so a lot of the institutions you see in the Arctic really build on that. I think we started to see the shift, as I said, in 2014 with Russia's invasion of Crimea, that some of those relationships leaked into the dynamics in the Arctic. And then we saw that fundamentally be transformed with Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. So that's one sort of geopolitical sort of tension that I think really is obviously particularly important. The other one I would point to is this sort of narrative of the increasing interest of China in the Arctic, and this is another one I would really caution that I think that there is the rise of this rhetoric, especially in the last year, I have found to be somewhat distressing, because I would actually argue from fairly strong evidence is that we've actually seen a decline in effort of China to have influence in the Arctic, with the exception of Russia. So what we want to talk about is that relationship between Russia and China in the Arctic. But again, I would caution that to simplify it down and to boil it down is extremely dangerous in this sort of period of tension. And then, interestingly, maybe it's because I live in the States and I work at the Harvard Kennedy School, and so we are constantly talking about this. But I feel like throughout this conference, I have been surprised at how little, with the exception of sort of people not being able to come to the conference, how little we're talking about the impacts of the change in the U.S. administration and what the implications of that are. I would say in the Arctic in particular, there are sort of two things I would point to. One, with Russia's invasion of Ukraine, we saw this emergence of what was referred to as the 7 like-minded states, who we assumed had common sort of policy objectives and priorities. We do not ultimately have that at this particular point in time. I don't, in terms of what that means longer term, I don't think we know. And I would also point to Nato and NORAD. These are institutions that assume and depend on that, and there's been a real call for NATO to play a larger role in the Arctic, or a question posed about whether NATO should perform a larger role in the Arctic. And all of those things come into question when you literally have one of the allies of that partnership wanting to annex Greenland and make one of its other partners its 51st state. So, I mean, these are dynamics that have significant impacts internationally, and I would say they are in particular in the Arctic. So what does that mean in the Arctic context? And I emphasize the impact as of now. I mean, these have been a lot of shocks in a relatively short period of time in the Arctic, where when I started studying the Arctic and when Whitney, it was almost getting a little boring, right? Like we were going, yeah, it's peace and cooperation and everybody's holding hands and we all get to go along, and then suddenly boom, 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 and you're kind of going, okay, now what does this mean? And you literally, it's coming too fast and too hard. We can't actually assess it. So I would say the environment we're currently facing from a governance perspective is uncertainty and instability. A lot of hardening of positions and boundaries, the threat of increased militarization. We do see increased militarization in the Russian Arctic, but I would argue that actually started before that, and we need to look at that differently. Increased risk of conflict, but I very much agree with Whitney, who often says that it's conflict not in the Arctic, but through the Arctic. And I think the one that we really underestimate, which is actually one that I've heard a lot of people sort of focused on the deterrence of and the risk of this, is actually the risk of accidents. This is not a space, this is a place that requires cooperation and collaboration. We see that with a sort of a reduced regulatory environment and where there's not necessarily the cooperation between Coast Guards, this is an environment where people will die. There will be oil spills. And those are the things that are keeping people up at night in terms of being able to manage in an extremely difficult environment. And so, as I paint a wonderful and rosy picture, I think the last sort of thing I would say from an impact perspective, from a geopolitical perspective, is there's a lot of questions we can't answer, but what we can say is this is no longer a conversations about pathways back to what we had before. We have to start reorienting our thinking about what geopolitics looks like in the Arctic in moving into a future-oriented perspective that is, we need to, there are people who say, you know, when we go back, or if we go back, but we need to stop that. We need to start thinking about what governance looks like in this space with a completely different scenario. So, here's what I would say. I will, and again, I will expose my Arctic Council geekhood. So how are Arctic institutions responding in the current context? And when I say responding in the current context, I'm actually probably referring to everything starting from COVID. So our Arctic governance was fundamentally transformed during COVID because this is a space that was literally shut off in a lot of ways, the collaboration, and so the relationships that need to exist in order for multilateral institutions to exist started to be challenged in that context. But they are progressing. They have demonstrated, and I put Arctic Council in this, but I also put, I do not exclude others. There are a lot of institutions that are continuing to advance issues. I can get into the geekhoodness, but Russia is still part of the Arctic Council. Russia is still participating in the Arctic Council. And the question is in what levels? And then the levels are at the working level. So what I would say is governance is fragmented. It is not, I'm not trying to paint a rosy picture, but what people are doing is we're advancing policy issues below the radar. They are trying to depoliticize the work that is happening. These are not big formal relationships. These are happening at the, official to official level. These are happening at the expert to the expert level. And what we're seeing is informal coalitions. And I mean, what Whitney's referring to in terms of looking at the potential for collaboration between the Nordics and Canada, for example, these are all going to start as informal things in the current context. And so we need to be creative and we need to be innovative to look for those opportunities and to prioritize. We shouldn't be aiming to get back to the perfect panacea of what Arctic governance might look like, but rather focus on those priority policy issues that we really feel need to be advanced in a meaningful way. And, and there are some really perfect examples that we can use for that. I think the other thing I just want to flag is we have this question of what are the implications of geopolitical change in the Arctic, but I think that is to also understand that the broader geopolitical tensions that we're feeling internationally, globally, also have unique the Arctic has unique vulnerabilities to those geopolitical tensions and those changes that we're seeing. And I would flag it in two ways, and it's all come up in different ways, so it's more to sort of illustrate it in a different way. The one is the risk to sustainable development in the Arctic. This is now being painted as a last frontier for natural resources in an environment where there isn't the sort of the guardrails are taken down in terms of trying to come to a consensus on what economic development should look like. There's going to be much more of a mentality of race to resources and a new frontier for shipping and all those kinds of things that we really need to reflect on. How do we ensure that in the Arctic context, there's still responsible management of these things when you're countering this rhetoric and narrative of a race and sort of this last frontier. And the second one, which is I want one where if you aren't an Arctic geek, we often say is what's in the Arctic doesn't stay in the Arctic, is related to climate change. And that is the Arctic, the people who live in the Arctic are going to feel immediately the most impacts of climate change, but also there's the impacts that the Arctic feels from a climate change perspective, and our ability to understand climate change in the Arctic is fundamentally will be critical for the globe in terms of how it manages climate change. And so this is, again, this vulnerability that the Arctic uniquely has to the geopolitical tensions. So I circle back to the importance of getting beyond the Arctic rhetoric And I would pose the same question that Whitney did: for what purpose? And I do think, and this will be my Canada rah-rah moment, I do think that Canada is well positioned to try to push an agenda of answering those questions of for what purpose. Why do we need good governance? Why do we need to sustain good decision-making and informed decision-making? Why do we need to understand the Arctic? And I think that Canada can play a role there.
As promised, this was a very dynamic and energetic panel. Thank you so much all for being here and for sharing your expertise. So I will just take a minute to thank all of you for being here, to thank all the speakers that join us today. Please, we hope to see you at other events, and I'll take just a moment to thank, of course, DND for providing funding for such events. I think they are very important, but also to the organizing team and Ksenia, Alireza, Michaela, and all the others, networks, RAs, great job. And yeah, have a nice afternoon, evening, and a good weekend.